记者少子也。据元和姓纂所载，录中氏之子季廉之后，通志士族略以次为氏云。春秋时鲁桓公的小儿子季子友之后为季孙氏。
Ji also has the youngest son. According to Yuan's surname compilation, the son of Lu Zhong's son Ji Lian comes after him. General Chronicles. Clan Brief. According to the Chinese family, in the spring and autumn period, the youngest son of Duke Huan of Lu, Ji Zio, later became the Jisuan family.
翌日季氏，家族名人。季布，生卒年不详。楚人，楚汉相争，初为项羽部将，数为刘邦。及项羽灭，被刘邦追捕，后由朱家透过汝阴侯滕公，乃得赦免。
Also Ji's family. Family celebrity. Jibu. The year of birth and death is unknown. Chu people. Also Ji's family. Family celebrity. Jibu. The year of birth and death is unknown. Chu people. During the conflict between Chu and Han, he initially served as a general under Xiang Yu and surrounded Liu Bang several times. When Xiang Yu was killed and hunted by Liu Bang, he was later pardoned by the Zhu family through Ruan Marquis Tinggong.
并官郎中、中郎将及河东守等，其人为气任侠，重然诺。当时人称得黄金100斤，不如得季布一诺。季札，生卒年不详。春秋吴王寿梦的第4子。
Together with the official Langzhong, Zonglangjiang, and Hedong Shou, etc. He was a chivalrous man and a man of great promise. At that time, people said, it is better to get Jibu Inua than to get 100 caddies of gold. Jizha. The year of birth and death is unknown. The 4th son of King Shomeng of Wu in the spring and autumn period.
受梦见其贤而欲立为王，不受，后封于延陵，号延陵季子，简称为季子。曾出使鲁国，并从官乐中听出各国的兴衰。他与徐君间重友谊，守信用的故事。
Shou dreamed that he was a virtuous man and wanted to establish him as king, but he refused. Later, he was granted the title of Yanling Jizi and was called Jizi in Yanling, or Jizi for short. He once sent an envoy to the state of Lu and heard about the rise and fall of various countries from watching music. The story of friendship and trust between him and Su Jun.
亦为世人传颂。地望分布：山东曲阜、安徽寿县。马，历史来源：麻原初，以义为氏。据信考所载，春秋时有楚国大夫拾采于麻邑，以义名。
It is also recited by the world. Geographical distribution. Cifu, Shandong, Shoshin County, Anhui. Num. Historical source dash. The origin of hemp is 1. Take E as the surname. According to Xing Cao, in the spring and autumn period, some officials from the Chu state collected food from Mai and named it.
以麻为氏。2. 据风俗通义所载，春秋时齐国大夫麻英之后，家族名人。马丘，后赵太原胡人，是石虎，官征东将军，性暴力残忍。
1. Ma is the surname. 2. According to customs, after Maing, a senior official of Qi state in the spring and autumn period. Family celebrity. Ma Qiu. Later Zhao was a Hu man from Taiyuan, an official named Shihu, and an official Jingdong general. He was violent and cruel.
百姓如有孩子啼哭，母恐喝日，麻胡来了，提升立止。地望分布，河北怀来。羌，历史来源，强元初，一，据姓苑所载。
If a child of the common people cries, the mother threatens the child, here comes the mother of pearl. The cry stops immediately. Geographical distribution. Huailai, Hebei. Powerful. Historical source dash. Strong origin. 1. According to Xingyuan.
为春秋时郑国大夫强坦之后。2. 古代氏族姓氏，据16国春秋所载，略阳氏族多强姓，即属汉时强端之后。家族名人，强寻，字季先。
It was after the official of the state of Zheng in the spring and autumn period made tantalum strong. 2. Ancient clan surnames. According to the Spring and Autumn Annals of the 16 Kingdoms, the Luyang clan had many strong surnames, that is, after Chang Duan during the Shuhan dynasty. Family celebrity. Strong follow. Zg Xian.
唐代凤州人，官雍州司户参军。华元无权，人畜多可死。强寻教以引渠水进田，共3渠，一方立之，号强攻渠。地望分布，甘肃天水，安徽宣城。驾。
A native of Fengzhou in the Tang dynasty, he joined the army as an official in Yongzhou. There are no springs in Huaiyuan, and many people and animals die of thirst. Chang Xuanjiao diverted water from canals to flood the fields. There were 3 canals in total. One of them was beneficial, so it was called Shanggongcan. Geographical distribution. Tianshui, Gansu, Xuancheng, Anhui. Jia.
历史来源，贾元初。一，出自姬姓，以国为氏。据姓苑所载，周康王把唐叔虞的小儿子公明封于贾国，称为贾伯，为附庸小国。
Historical source dash. The origin of Jia is 1. Comes from the surname Ji, with Gua as the surname. According to Singing Garden, King Kong of Zhou granted Tang Shuyu's youngest son Gongming to the state of Jia, calling him Jiabo, making him a small vassal state.
后来贾国被晋国所灭，贾伯公明的后代以原国名贾为氏。2. 以艺名为氏。晋国灭贾后，成为一个城邑，称为贾纪。其后以艺名为氏。晋惠帝的皇后。
Later, the Jia state was destroyed by the Jin state, and the descendants of Jia Bo Gongming took the original country name Jia as their surname. 2. Name the surname after the town. After the Jin state destroyed Jia, it became a city called Jiaji. Later, the town was named as a surname. The queen of Emperor Hui of Jin dynasty.
即为其后人。家族名人。贾谊，前200前168。西汉洛阳人，为文学家兼政论家。文帝召为博士，超迁至太中大夫，所论列多见施行，因遭毁迹。
That is, his descendants. Family celebrity. Jia E. 200 BC to 168 BC. A native of Luoyang in the Western Han Dynasty, he was a writer and political commentator. Emperor Wen called him a doctor and moved him to Taichung. Many of his comments were put into practice, but they were criticized and tabooed.
初为长沙王太傅，迁为梁怀王太傅，后怀王堕马死，义自伤为父无状，年逾一族，世人称为贾太傅、贾长沙，又称为贾生。其往长沙就任时，
He was promoted to the tutor of the king of Changsha, and later became the tutor of the King Huai of Liang. Later, King Huai fell from his horse and died. When he went to Changsha to take office,
都湘水坐吊屈原父以抒发哀怨，而于长沙王太傅时，见枭鸟飞入屋内，以为不祥，而作伏鸟赋，是楚辞到汉赋之间重要的词赋家。着有陈正世说。
When he was crossing the Xiang River, he wrote a poem in tribute to Chu Yuan to express his sorrow. When he was in Changsha, Wang Taifu, he saw an owl flying into the house and thought it was ominous, so he wrote a poem about the owl. He was an important poet between Chu Ci and Han Fu. He is the author of Chenjingshi Shu,
过秦论等著名的政论文章。贾南风，晋惠帝后256至300，名南风，贾充之女，性妒忌，多权诈，荒淫放恣，帝位而获之，窃弄权柄，杀杨俊，未冠。
Famous political articles such as Guoqin Luan, Jia Nanfeng. After Emperor Hui of Jin Dynasty. 256300, named Nanfeng, the daughter of Jia Chong. Sexual jealousy, excessive power and deceit, debauchery and wantonness make the emperor fearful and confused. Stealing authority, killing Yang Jun, Wei Guan.
汝南王亮、楚王维等，后为赵王伦所废，矫诏赐死。贾似道1213至1275，字师宪，号丘贺，南宋台州（今浙江省临海县）人。李宗时以子为贵妃。
Wang Liang of Runan, Wang Wei of Chu, etc. were later deposed by Wang Luan of Zhao and sentenced to death by false imperial edicts. Jia Sadeo, 12131275. The courtesy name is Shirxian and the nickname is Chioha. He was born in Taizhou, now Linhai County, Zhejiang Province, in the southern Song dynasty. During Emperor Lizong's reign, his sister was regarded as a noble concubine.
累官至左丞相，兼枢密使，为人好游乐，淫奢专权。后元兵破建康，宋军屡败，贾似道被河贬逐，押解至漳州木棉庵，为押解人郑虎臣所杀。帝望分拨。
From tired official to Zhuo prime minister, he also served as privy envoy. He likes to have fun, but is extravagant and exclusive. After the Yuan dynasty troops forced Jiankong, the Song army suffered repeated defeats. Jia Sadeo was impeached and demoted, and was escorted to Mu Mianan in Zhangzhou, where he was killed by his escorter Zheng Huchen. Geographical distribution.
甘肃民秦，陆，历史来源，陆元初，一，出自姬姓，以国为氏。据《唐书宰相世系表》云：帝质子玄元，尧氏于中陆，夏代为后国，子孙以国为陆氏。
Gansu Minchin. Road. Historical source dash. Road origin. 1. Comes from the surname Ji, with Gua as the surname. According to Tang Shu. The genealogy list of prime ministers says, Xianyuan, the emperor's beloved son, was in the middle of the Yao period. The Xia dynasty was a marquis state, and the descendants named the state as the Lu clan.
二，出自姜姓。据《元和姓纂》所载，春秋时有陆子国，在今唐代上党陆县，子孙以陆为氏。参看陆氏条。又姓氏急救篇注云：陆，水名。
2. From the surname Jiang. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames, there was Luzi kingdom in the spring and autumn period. In today's Shandong Lu County, Tang Dynasty, the descendants took Lu as their surname. See Lu article. Also, notes to the Jizhou chapter of surnames says, road is the name of water.
即今山西卓漳河，因以为县，即陆县，居者是焉。三，为古代鲜卑族复姓所改。据《魏书·官氏志》云：南北朝时，北魏有代北三字姓梅鲁真氏。
That is today's Rajang River in Shaanxi, because it was considered a county, that is, Lu County. The resident surname was Yan. 3. It was changed from the compound surname of the ancient Xinbei people. According to Book of Wei, Guan Shizhi says, during the southern and northern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had a surname of Amolu Zhen with 3 characters in the north.
进入中原后改为陆氏。家族名人。陆震，字子发，宋代湘潭人。淳化年间，公元990-994年，进士，历官太常博士、左司谏等。朕文辞秀美。
After entering the Central Plains, it was changed to the Lu family. Family celebrity. Lu Zhen. Zifa, a native of Xiangtan in the Song dynasty. During the Chunhua period, AD 990 to 994, he was a Jinsher, Dr. Taichang, Zhua Sijian, and others. Zhenwen's lyrics are beautiful.
尤善词，多警句。科举时，宋太宗室之言日出赋，应试者数百，名人亦有难色。时朕尚不知名，然其赋典故尤丰，太宗十分赞许。陆伯德。
He is especially good at words and aphorisms. During the imperial examination, Emperor Taizong of the Song dynasty tried Zhao Yan's Sunrise Fu. Hundreds of candidates took the exam, and celebrities were also embarrassed. Shi Zhen is still unknown, but his poems are rich in allusions, and Taizong praised them very much. Lu Bold.
西汉西河郡平州人，任右北平太守，随霍去病出征有功，封扶黎侯，后封伏波将军，伐破南越。地望分布：河北大名县、河南襄城县、河南开封。
A native of Pingzhou, Shihe County, Western Han Dynasty. He was appointed as the right governor of Beiping. He accompanied Hua Zubing on his expedition and was granted the title of Fu Liu. Later, he was granted the title of General Fubo and conquered southern Guangdong. Geographical distribution: Daming County, Hebei, Xiangqing County, Henan, Kaifeng, Henan.
河南洛阳市。楼，历史来源：楼元初。以国为氏，风俗通义载。春秋时朱楼国子孙或以楼为氏。朱楼国在今山东省邹县一带。二，出自四姓。
Luoyang City, Henan Province. Lu. Historical source dash. Lu origin. 1. Taking the country as a surname, Customs records that in the spring and autumn period, the descendants of Zhu Lu state may have Lu as their surname. The Zhu Lu kingdom was located in the area of present-day Zhoushan County, Shandong Province. 2 comes from the surname C.
以艺名为氏。周武王克商后，东楼公受封于杞国。春秋时，杞国被楚国吞并，东楼公的子孙又拾采于楼邑，遂为楼氏。3为古代鲜卑族复姓所改。
Named after the town. After King Wu of Zhou conquered Shang, Duke Donglu was granted the title of Qi state. During the spring and autumn period, the state of Qi was annexed by the state of Chu. The descendants of Donglu Gong also lived in Lu Yi and became the Lu family. 3. It was changed from the compound surname of the ancient Xinbei people.
据魏书官世志所载，南北朝时，北魏有代北复姓匹楼氏，以那楼氏，隋魏孝文帝迁都洛阳后，定居中原，改为楼氏。家族名人，楼师德630。
According to Book of Wei. According to Luguan Shiji, during the southern and northern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had the surname Pai Lu and Yaina Lu in the north. After Emperor Xiaowen of Wei moved the capital to Luoyang, he settled in the Central Plains and changed his name to Lu. Family celebrity. Lu Shirda, 630.
699，字宗仁，唐郑州元武人。武后时的宰相，掌理朝政，公勤仆中，统领边塞要地共30年，有容人的雅量，以能用人见称。族世真，楼僧。
699. His courtesy name was Zongren, a former martial artist from Zhengzhou in the Tang dynasty. When Empress Wu was the prime minister, he was in charge of the government affairs with diligence and loyalty. He led the frontier fortress for a total of 30 years. He was tolerant and magnanimous and was known for his ability to employ people. His posthumous title is Zhen. Lu Seng.
宋代承天寺僧人，中只有7节。时仁宗赵真刚出世，啼哭不止，知楼僧有奇术，遂召入宫。僧按右主头顶，曰：“莫教，莫教，何以当初莫笑？”哭声乃止。楼妃。
The monks of Qingtian Temple in the Song dynasty had 7 joints on their middle finger. At that time, Renzong Zhaozhen had just been born and couldn't stop crying. Knowing that Lu Seng had miraculous skills, he summoned him to the palace. The monk pressed his head on the young master's head and said, "Don't scream, don't scream. Why didn't you laugh in the first place?" The crying stopped. Concubine Lu.
明代上饶人娄亮之女，嫁宁王朱宸濠为妃，有贤德。宁王起兵谋反，娄妃屡谏不听，兵败被杀。临终前叹曰：“昔商纣听妇人之言而亡，吾不听。”
The daughter of Lu Liang, a native of Shangrao in the Ming dynasty, married Zhu Chenhao, Prince of Ning, as his concubine. She was a virtuous woman. King Ning started a rebellion, but concubine Lu refused to listen to her repeated advice. Defeated and killed. Before he died, he sighed and said, "In the past, Shang Zhou listened to the woman's words and died, but I did not listen."
妇人之言而死，后悔晚矣。清代人蒋氏全写一片史，第2碑2传奇，哀悼此妃。帝望分部，安徽亳县。魏。历史来源：魏元初。李。
Death by the words of a woman. It's too late to regret it. Jiang Shiquan, a man from the Qing dynasty, wrote 2 legends, A Piece of Stone and The Second Steel, to mourn this concubine. Geographical distribution. Bo County, Anhui. Danger. Historical source dash. The origin of danger is 1.
以地为事，前夫论，为事三苗之后。顺典传云：三苗，国名晋云氏之后。按上古三苗族原住在今河南省南部至洞庭湖。
Taking the land as the surname, Qianfu Luan says, Wei surname, after Sanmiao. Shundian. Biography says, Sanmiao, country, name, after Jinian family. According to statistics, in ancient times the Sanmiao people originally lived in the southern part of present-day Hunan province to Dongting Lake.
即江西省鄱阳湖一带。传说在古帝虞舜时被迁至三威，其后有威氏。2. 明初文学家微素之祖本姓黄，后冒姓威氏。家族名人威英宗。
And the Poyang Lake generation in Jiangxi province. Legend has it that it was moved to Sanwei during the reign of the ancient emperor Yushuan, and then there was the Wei family. 2. The ancestor of Wei Su, a writer in the early Ming dynasty, was originally named Huang, but later took the surname Wei. Family celebrity. Wei Yingzong.
明代光泽人。国变慌乱，家族中幼孤无依者，英宗皆收养之，曰：与其独保，吾宁同击。今幸我存，若令若属失所乎？此理，故乡。帝王分布。
Guangshi people in the Ming dynasty. The country was in chaos, and the young and orphans in the family were all adopted by the clan, saying, It is better to be hungry than to be alone. I am lucky to be alive now. What if I lose my family? Zili, my hometown. Geographical distribution.
河南上蔡县，江西抚州市。上。历史来源：江源初。一，出自嬴姓，以国为事。通志士族略以国为事所载。周朝将渤盖之后，分封于江国。
Shanxi County, Hunan, Fuzhou City, Jiangxi. River. Historical source dash. The origin of is 1. Comes from the surname Ing, with Gua as the surname. General Chronicles. Clan Brief. According to Take the Country as a Family, the Zhou dynasty general Bo Gai was enfeoffed in Jiang State.
春秋时被楚国所灭，子孙以国名为氏。2. 又据姓卜所载，系出嬴姓，伯邑之后，封江陵，子孙以国为氏。家族名人：江总519至594。
It was destroyed by the Chu state in the spring and autumn period, and its descendants took their surname from the country. 2. According to the surname genealogy, the surname Ing was derived. After Boyi, he was granted the title of Jiangling, and his descendants took the country as their surname. Family celebrity. Mr. Jiang, 519594.
字总持，南北朝考成人。公文辞，长于验诗。初仕南朝梁，后入南朝陈，为仆射尚书令，故事称为江令。后为陈后主宠爱，君臣日夜游宴，不理政务。
Zizongji, a native of Kaoqing in the southern and northern dynasties. He is good at writing and writing, and is good at erotic poems. He first served in the Liang dynasty in the southern dynasty, and later in the southern dynasty Chen served as a servant of Shangshu Ling. In his old days, he was called Jiang Ling. Later, he was favored by Empress Chen. The monarch and his ministers feasted day and night and ignored government affairs,
以至于国家灭亡。后入隋，拜上开府，卒于江多。江氏梅妃，江氏唐玄宗李隆基妃，酷爱梅花，号梅妃。失宠后，玄宗赠一壶明珠，江氏拒而不纳，
so that the country perishes. Later he entered the Sui dynasty and paid homage to Keifu. He died in Jiangdu. Jiang family, Mei Fei. Jiang family, Li Longji's concubine of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang dynasty, loved plum blossoms and was named Mei Fei. After he fell out of favor, Xuanzong gave him a dendrobium pearl, but Jiang refused to accept it.
还是一首，其中有合璧明珠为寂寥之句。地望分布，河南兰考县。通，历史来源，同元初，据《通志·士族略》所载，春秋时晋国有大夫须同。
There is also a poem in which there is a sentence, "Why should pearls comfort loneliness?" Geographical distribution. Lancao County, Henan Province. Child. Historical source dash. The origin of child is. According to General Chronicles. According to Clan Briefing, Su Tong, a senior official in the state of Jin during the spring and autumn period.
其后有同氏，又元和姓算云，上古专需士生考同，其后为同氏。此为神话传说附会之词，不足为凭。家族名人，同参，宋代欧宁人，姓淳朴。
Later there was the Tong family. According to the Yuanhe surname compilation, in ancient times, Zhuanqiu's surname was Caodong, and later he was Tong. This is a statement attached to a deified legend and cannot be relied upon. Family celebrity. Tong Ginseng. The people of Aoning in the Song dynasty were simple and simple in nature.
尹于庚，仁宗初年寿高102岁，赐敕慰劳，授乘务郎。同徽，字汉宗，东汉孤木人。任部其令，耕织种收，皆有条章，执法廉平，一境清净。
Hidden in plowing. In the early years of Renzong's life, he was 102 years old. He was granted comfort and granted the title of Chenggu Lang. Tong Hui. The courtesy name is Hanzong, a native of Gumu in the Eastern Han dynasty. Regardless of his orders, there are rules for farming, weaving, planting and harvesting, and law enforcement is honest and fair. First, the environment is quiet.
关中丹阳太守，入《循吏传》，童贯1054至1126，字道甫，开封（今河南开封）人，性巧媚，能言善道，为北宋宦官，与蔡京互相勾结，在西北监军。
He eventually became the governor of Danyang. Enter Xuanli biography. Tong Guan, 10541126. His courtesy name was Daofu, a native of Kaifeng, now Kaifeng, Hunan. She has a clever and charming nature and is good at speaking. As a eunuch in the Northern Song dynasty, he colluded with Kai Jing to supervise the army in the northwest.
掌兵权20年，徽宗时因平方腊有功，晋升为太师，故时人称之为偶像。地望分布：山西代县、江西南城县、辽宁渤海。燕，历史来源：炎元初， 一
He held military power for 20 years. During Huizong's reign, he was promoted to Grand Master due to his meritorious service in square law, so people at that time called him the Prime Minister. Geographical distribution. Dai County, Shaanxi, Nanxing County, Jiangxi, Bohai, Liaoning. Yen. Historical source dash. Yen originates from 1.
出自姬姓，以一名为氏，据姓谱及通志氏族略所载。西周时，周公旦长子伯禽受封于鲁国，其庶子实采于颜邑，其后有颜氏。二，出自曹姓。
Comes from the surname Ji. Taking the name of a town as a surname is based on the surname genealogy and tongji. According to a clan briefing, during the Western Zhou dynasty, Bo Qin, the eldest son of Zhou Gongdan, was granted the title of Lu, and his concubine lived in Yenni, and then there was the Yen family. 2. From the surname Chao.
以王父字为氏，周代诸国诸武公名遗父，字颜，称为颜公，其后亦有颜氏。家族名人。颜回，前521前490。字子渊，春秋鲁人，孔子弟子。
Taking the surname Wangfu as his surname, Duke Wu of Zhou State in the Zhou dynasty was named Yifu, with the surname Yan, and was called Yan Gong. Later, he also had the surname Yan. Family celebrity. Yan Hui, 521 BC 490 BC. Ziyuan, a native of Lu in the spring and autumn period, and a disciple of Confucius.
天资明锐，贫而好学，于弟子中最贤。孔子称其不迁怒，不贰过。后世称为复圣，列于孔门德行科。译作颜子渊、颜渊。颜真卿，709至785年。
He was talented and wise, but poor but eager to learn. He was the most virtuous among his disciples. Confucius said that he would not repent of anger and never make mistakes. Later generations were called Fusheng, and he was listed in the Confucian ethics department. Also known as Yan Ziyuan and Yan Yuan. Yan Zhenxing, 709 to 785.
字清晨，唐代临沂人，累官监察御史、太原太守。安史之乱，真卿与从兄杲卿共起兵，封鲁郡公，后李希烈陷汝州，受命前往劝谕，持节不屈，被害。
His courtesy name was Qingchen, a native of Lini in the Tang dynasty. He was a censor of tired officials and supervisors, and a prefect of Taiyuan. During the Yangshi rebellion, Zhenxing and his brother Gaoqing jointly launched an army. He was granted the title of Duke of Lu County. Later, Li Shilie was trapped in Ruzhou and was ordered to give advice. However, he was unyielding and was killed.
地望分布：山东曲阜、山东诸城。括历史来源：郭元初。一、据《潜伏论》及《风俗通义》所载，是于居者成，郭、元、池氏也。括
Geographical distribution. Cifu, Shandong, Zhucheng, Shandong. Gua. Historical source dash. The origin of Gua is 1. According to Qianfu Luan and Customs and Customs, the family name is in the city, Gua, garden and pond of the resident. Gua.
是古代都城外面的护卫墙。二、据《元和姓纂》所载，周文王祭帝国书受封于虢国，或曰虢公，古代国 郭二字同音，因以为是。
It is the protective wall outside the ancient capital. 2. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames, Uncle Gua, the younger brother of King Wen of Zhou, was granted the title of Gua State. Or Guagong. In ancient times, the two characters, Gua and Gua, have the same pronunciation. Because of this.
又据《唐书宰相世系表》所载，周文王封文王之地，国疏于西国，封国重于东国。国谓之郭，生之转也，因以为是。国即虢国。
According to Tang Shu. According to the genealogy list of prime ministers, King Wen of Zhou granted the title of Uncle Gua, the younger brother of King Wen, to Shi Gua, and granted the title of Guazhong to East Gua. Gua is called Gua, and the sound is changed because it is considered a surname. Gua State, that is, Gua State.
东虢国在今河南省蒙阳县一带，公元前765年被郑国所灭。西国又名陈国，在今陕西省宝鸡市东部。西周灭亡后，之族乃刘元帝称为小郭。
Donghua Kingdom was located in the area of Mengyang County in present-day Hunan Province. It was destroyed by Zheng State in 765 BC. Gua.
公元前687年被秦国兼并，北国建都于上阳，在今河南省峡省东南部，占据今河南省三门峡和山西省平陆县一带。公元前655年被晋国所灭。
It was annexed by Qin in 687 BC. Beigua established its capital in Shanyang, in the southeast of present-day Shaanxi Province, Hunan Province, and occupied the area of present-day Sanmenxia, Hunan Province and Pingla County, Shaanxi Province. It was destroyed by the Jin State in 655 BC.
及出之后子孙皆为郭氏。3. 唐代回纥定居中原后，改姓郭，以从郭子仪之姓。家族名人。郭谢，字翁伯，生卒年不详，汉朝止，今河南省济源县人。
After several generations, all descendants are Gua family. 3. After the Uyghurs settled in the Central Plains in the Tang dynasty, they changed their surname to Gua to take the surname of Guazi. Family celebrity. Guaxia. His courtesy name is Wang Bo, his date of birth and death is unknown, and he was a native of Ji, now Jiyuan County, Hunan Province, in the Han Dynasty.
为人精悍，节俭，勇猛任侠，常以德报怨，后施而不忘，所以人们争相与他交往。若朋友有难或遭怨，必亲自助其报仇；若不愿复仇者，则捐钱使其安居。
He is capable, thrifty, brave, and chivalrous. He often repays evil with kindness and gives generously but expects little, so people rush to associate with him. If a friend is in trouble or is blamed, he will avenge him personally. If he does not want revenge, he will donate money to help him live in peace.
武帝时被杀。郭璞276至324，字景纯，河东闻喜人，东晋文学家与思想家，博学高才，好古文诗赋，赋文辩，又精通阴阳历算五行卜筮之术。
He was killed during the reign of Emperor Wu. Guopu, 276324. The courtesy name is Jingchun, and he is popular in Hedong. Writer and thinker of the Eastern Jin dynasty. He is erudite and talented, good at ancient Chinese poetry and rich in prose. He is also proficient in the art of lunar calendar, 5 elements, and divination.
后因挂世违逆王敦被杀。曾为《尔雅》《山海经》《方言》《楚辞》等书作注。郭子仪697至781，唐朝名将，华州（今陕西华县）人。曾平安史之乱，并联回纥。
Later, he was killed because of his disobedience to Wang Dun. He has annotated area, classic of mountains and seas, dialects, songs of Chu and other books. Guazi, 697781. A famous general in the Tang dynasty, a native of Huazhou, now Huaxian County, Shaanxi Province. During the Zhengping and Shi Rebellion, he joined forces with Huiha.
征吐蕃，官至太尉、中书令，时称为郭令公。因封汾阳郡王，世称为郭汾阳。一生历仕玄宗、肃宗、代宗、德宗四朝，以一身而系天下之安危20年。
Conquer Tubo. When he reached the rank of Taiwei and Zhongshu Ling, he was called Guolinggong. Because he was granted the title of Fenyang County Prince, he was known as Guo Fenyang in the world. He lived through the 4 dynasties of Xuanzong, Suzong, Daizong, and Dizong in his life, and was responsible for the safety of the world for 20 years.
享年85岁，卒世中午。地望分布：山西太原市辖西华阴县、辖西大荔县。历史来源：梅元初，出自子姓，以地名为氏。
He died at the age of 85 and was given the posthumous title of Zhongwu. Geographical distribution: Taiyuan City, Shaanxi, Huayin County, Shaanxi, Dali County, Shaanxi. Plum. Historical source dash. Plum origin. Comes from the surname Z, named after the place.
据《新唐书·宰相世系表》及宋濂梅府君墓志铭所载，商王太丁封其弟于梅，称梅伯，为殷纣王所废。周武王克商后，又封梅伯，得后裔于黄梅。
According to New Tang Book. According to the genealogy list of prime ministers and Song Lian's epitaph of Mei Fu Jun, King Taiding of Shang dynasty granted his younger brother Yu Mei the title of Uncle Mei. Deposed by King Zhou of Yin. After King Wu of Zhou conquered the Shang dynasty, he was granted the title of Uncle Mei, and his descendants were named Huang Mei.
其后有梅氏，家族名人。梅询，字昌言，宋代宣城人，进士出身，官至许州知州。喜焚香2炉，用公服罩住，灌满袖，就坐后打开，满屋浓香，人称梅香。
After that, there was Mei family. Family celebrity. Mei Sun. His courtesy name was Chang Yan, a native of Xuanqing in the Song dynasty. He was born as a jinsher and became the magistrate of Shuzhou. He likes to burn 2 burners of incense, cover it with official clothes, fill the sleeves with it, open it after sitting down, and the house will be filled with strong fragrance, which is called plum fragrance.
梅兰芳，1893至1961，名兰，字婉华，江苏泰兴人，当代评剧名伶。生于北平梨园世家，早期从吴灵仙、秦志芬习青衣旦角，以天赋特优。
Mei Lan Fong, 18931961. Ming Lan, courtesy name Wanhua, was born in Taixing, Jiangsu Province, and is a famous actress in contemporary dramas. Born in a Peking opera family, he learned the role of Tsing Yi from Wu Lingxian and Qin Zhifen in his early years, and was known for his excellent talent.
技绝伦，驰名全国。 而后对旦角唱腔、念白、音乐、服饰、舞蹈等进行革新创造，为旦角表演艺术另辟新路，在评剧史上具有承先启后的作用。
His skills are outstanding and he is famous throughout the country. Later, innovations and creations were made to the singing, recitation, music, costumes, dances, etc. of the Dan role, opening up a new path for the performing arts of the Dan role, which played a role in inheriting the past and ushering in the future in the history of plain opera.
曾3度出国，前往日、美、前苏联及欧洲各地表演，美国洛杉矶波莫拿学院及南加州大学均赠予文学博士荣衔。地望分布：河南中部偏南。
He has traveled abroad 3 times, performing in Japan, the United States, the former Soviet Union and Europe. He was awarded the Doctor of Literature degree by Pomona College in Los Angeles and the University of Southern California. Geographical distribution: South and Central Hunan.
安徽淮河以北。盛，历史来源：盛元初，出自姬姓，以国名为氏。据《后汉书》及《万姓统谱》所载，西周初年，赵公氏建立燕国，其之子受封于盛。
North of the Huaihe River in Anhui. Sheng. Historical source dash. Sheng originates from. It comes from the surname Ji and takes the name of the country. According to Book of the Later Han Dynasty and Tongpu of Wanqing, in the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, Duke Zhao established the Yan kingdom, and his branch was granted the title of Sheng.
在今河南省境内为燕国附庸。穆天子传云：盛，姬之国，后被齐国所灭，子孙为世氏。至汉代，为避汉元帝刘氏之名讳，改姓为盛氏。
In present-day Hunan province, was a vassal of the state of Yan. The biography of Emperor Mu says, Sheng is the country of Ji. Later, he was destroyed by Qi state, and his descendants became the Shi family. In the Han dynasty, in order to avoid the name taboo of the Han Yuan Emperor Lu Shi, his surname was changed to Sheng.
复以祖先封国名为氏。家族名人：盛杰，字君达，东汉会稽郡人。官廷尉，每至冬节，囚犯当断，七叶秉烛，即持侧笔。夫妻相向垂泣而决断。
The surname of the country was renamed after the ancestor. Family celebrity: Shengji. His courtesy name was Juanda, a native of Kuaiji County in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Officials and lieutenants, every winter festival, the prisoner should be cut off, and his wife holds a candle at night and holds the book and pen. The couple wept at each other and decided.
世事20年，天下称有恩无怨。盛彦氏，唐代虞城人，因功封葛国公，授武卫将军，后为宋州总管。薛郎反，战败被执，令作书招其弟举于城畔，不从。
Having been in charge of affairs for 20 years, the world says there is no grudge against him. Master Sheng Yan, a native of Yuqing in the Tang dynasty. For his meritorious service, he was granted the title of Duke of Gu, awarded the title of General of Military Guard, and later became the general manager of Songzhou. Su Yuanlang rebelled, was defeated, and was imprisoned. He was ordered to write a letter to recruit his younger brother to rebel in Yucheng, but he refused.
地望分布：河南中部偏南，河南上蔡县。林，历史来源：林元初，一，出自子姓， 殷商王朝的太师比干因见商纣而死，其子坚逃于长林。
Geographical distribution. South of central Hunan, Shaanxi County, Hunan. Forest. Historical source dash. Lin originates from. 1. Comes from the surname. Baigan, the Grand Master of the Yin and Shang dynasties, died for admonishing Shang Zhou, and his son Jian fled to Changlin.
周武王克商后，赐姓林，实采柏陵，散居于周、鲁、齐、魏国等地。2. 据《通志士族略》所载，林氏姬姓，周平王庶子林开之后，因此以林为氏。
After King Wu of Zhou conquered the Shang dynasty, he was given the surname Lin, and he was allowed to live in various places such as Zhou, Lu, Qi, and Wei. 2. According to Tongji. According to the clan brief, Lin's surname is Ji. After Lin Kai, the concubine of King Ping of Zhou dynasty, he took Lin as his surname.
家族名人：林则徐 （1785 至1850），林语堂 （1895 至1976），福建龙溪人，为20世纪享誉中外的著名学者及作家，学识渊博。
Family celebrity. Lin Zexu, 1785-1850. Lin Yutong, 1895-1976. A native of Longxi, Fujian, he was a famous scholar and writer, famous both at home and abroad in the 20th century. Very knowledgeable.
精通英文，才智杰出，著作等身，望重士林，誉满国际。这有开明英文文法、生活的艺术、精华烟云、中国与印度的智慧。
He is proficient in English, has outstanding intelligence, and has published numerous books. He is highly respected among scholars and has an international reputation. He is the author of Enlightened English Grammar, The Art of Living, Small Clouds of Beijing, The Wisdom of China and India.
无所不谈合集等。妈祖，地望分布：山西西河郡、福建南安郡、江苏下邳郡。调，历史来源：源流一，源于姬姓。
Collection of talking about everything, etc. Mazu. Geographical distribution. Shihe County in Shaanxi Province, Nannan County in Fujian Province, and Xiapi County in Jiangsu Province. Carry. Historical source dash. Origin and flow dash. Derived from the surname Ji.
出自周朝时期的诸侯国雕国，属于以国名为氏。据史籍姓苑记载，雕弘农郡系出姬姓，文王同姓有雕国，后更为雕氏。其有树雕，近有雕写。古雕国。
Diaogua, a vassal state from the Zhou dynasty, was named after the country. According to the historical record, surname Yuan, Diao was born in Hongnong County, with the surname Ji. King Wen had the same surname as Diaogua, and later it was changed to Diao. Qi had Shu Diao, and Jin had Diao Xia. Ancient Diaogua.
故址在今陕西省延安市甘泉县道镇兰家川一带，在商王朝时期，原地多为鬼方民族所居。至商帝武丁、商高宗执政时期。
The former site is in the Lanjiachuan area of Dao Town, Gongquan County, Yan'an City, Shaanxi Province today. During the Shang dynasty, the original place was mostly inhabited by the Guifang ethnic group. Until the reign of Shang Emperor Wu Ding, Shang Gaozong.
曾在延安地区发动了大规模的讨伐鬼方民族的战争，其在典籍《周易》《纪记》中有记载，高宗伐鬼方3年克制。周文王时期
He once launched a large-scale war against the Guifang people in the Yan'an area. This is recorded in the classic book, Book of Changes Jiji. Gaozong attacked the Guifang and defeated them in 3 years. During the period of King Wen of Zhou dynasty.
一大举攻伐周边地区，因延安地区盛有古雕、恶鸟，因称为雕。周武王灭商纣之后，公元前1106前1104年代考，将兄弟之一封于雕。
They also launched a large-scale attack on surrounding areas. Because the Yan'an area was rich in falcons, osprey birds, it was called Eagle. After King Wu of Zhou destroyed Shangzhou, 1106 BC to 1104 BC to be tested, he sealed one of his brothers in Diao.
建有姬姓雕国，其实该地区仍为鬼方民族所占据。战国初期，延安地区以南属魏国之域，以北为赵国领土。秦惠文王嬴48年，公元前330年。
The Diao kingdom with the surname Ji was built at a time when the area was still occupied by the Guifang ethnic group. In the early Warring States period, the south of Yan'an belonged to the Wei state, and the north belonged to the Zhao state. The 8th year of the reign of King Huiwen of Qin dynasty, 330 BC.
秦国的大梁造公孙衍率军大败魏军于雕，斩魏军8万余，并俘魏军大将龙甲。因为雕之地在太昌山以北，因此称作雕阴，史称这次战役为雕阴之战。
Qin's Daliang Zhaogong's son Yan led his army to defeat the Wei army at Diao, killing more than 80,000 Wei soldiers and capturing Wei general Long Jia. Because the place of Diaoyin is to the north of Taichang Mountain, it is called Diaoyin, and history calls this battle the Battle of Diaoyin.
这一战役使魏国在军事上开始走下坡路，其后魏国被迫将黄河以西之地献于秦国，延安地区实属秦国。源流2，源于职业。
This battle caused Wei's military decline. Later, Wei was forced to surrender the land west of the Yellow River to Qin, and the Yan'an area began to belong to Qin. Source 2. Derived from profession.
出自古代考功雕人之后，属于以职业称谓为氏。据史籍《汉书》记载，雕姓考功雕人之后，考功是西周至秦汉之际对所有技工的统称。
It comes from the ancient carving people, and it is a surname based on the professional title. According to the historical book Book of Han, the surname Diao comes after the Cao Gong carver. Cao Gong was the collective name for all craftsmen from the western Zhou dynasty to the Qin and Han dynasties.
包括了6类30个基本工种。在雕人的后裔子孙中，有以先祖的职业称谓为姓氏者，称雕人氏，后大多省文简化为单姓雕氏。
It includes 6 categories and 30 basic types of work. Among the descendants of Diaoren, there are those who take their ancestors' professional titles as their surnames and are called Diaoren's family. Later, most provincial texts simplified it to the single surname Diao family.
亦有取同音字简笔为雕氏者，世代相传至今。源流3，源于姬姓，出自春秋时期孔子门生妻雕开之后裔，属于以先祖名字为氏。
There are also people who use the simple Chinese character with the same sound as Jiao, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Origin 3. The surname Ji comes from the descendants of Qi Diaokai, a disciple of Confucius in the spring and autumn period. It is a surname based on the name of the ancestor.
在典籍《论语》中记载有，子使七雕开始。七雕开，公元前540。年代考：春秋末期鲁国人，字子开，又字子若，子修，是孔子的学生。
It is recorded in the classic, The Analects of Confucius. Zi made Qi Diao start his official career. Qi Diao started, 540 BC. He was born in the Lu state in the late spring and autumn period. He was named Zikai, Zirua, and Zishou. He was a student of Confucius.
在孔门中以德行著称，是七雕氏之儒的创始人。他曾经因无罪受刑而致身残，但他不气馁，投入孔子门下专攻尚书。史称七雕开具有勇者不惧。
Known for his virtues among Confucians, he was the founder of Qidiao Confucianism. He was once punished for his innocence and became disabled, but he was not discouraged and joined the disciples of Confucius to specialize in shangshu. It is said in history that lacquer carving has the character, the brave are not afraid.
的美德，主持正义，刚正不阿，主张色不屈于人，目不避其敌。著有《七雕子》13篇。在七雕开的后裔子孙中，有以先祖名字为姓氏者，称七雕氏。
The virtues of upholding justice, being upright and upright, advocating that one should not give in to others, and not avoid enemies with one's eyes. He is the author of 13 chapters of Qi Diao Zi. Among the descendants of Kidiakai, there are those who take their ancestor's name as their surname, and they are called Qidiao clan.
后省文简化为单姓七氏，雕氏，雕氏。源流4，源于姜姓，出自春秋时期齐国君主齐桓公近臣树雕的后裔，属于以先祖名字为氏。
Later provincial texts were simplified to the single surnames Qi, Diao and Diao. Source 4. The surname Jiang comes from the descendants of Shu Diao, a close minister of Du Quan of Qi, the monarch of Qi during the spring and autumn period. The surname is named after his ancestor.
春秋时期的周庄王姬佗12年，公元前685年，齐桓公姜小白在执政后一心想富民强国，在诸侯列国中成为霸主，所以也就必然要选拔一批有。
In the 12th year of Ji Tua, king of Zhouzhuang during the spring and autumn period, 685 BC, Du Quan of Qi Jiang Xiaobai wanted to enrich the people and strengthen the country and become the overlord among the princes. Therefore, it was inevitable to select a group of people with
惊天伟地之才，既是匡时之略的人才来辅佐他实现这个远大目标。管仲、席鹏、鲍叔牙等一大批杰出人物，正是在这样的背景下脱颖而出的。
Talents who know the world and the earth, and have strategies to help the world and improve the times, came to assist him in achieving this ambitious goal. It was against this background that a large number of outstanding figures such as Guan Zhong, Xi Peng, and Bao Shiya stood out.
齐桓公死后，5个公子争相求利，树雕与易牙等杀群吏，逐其孝公姜昭，立其中废公姜无鬼，内讧从此扩大，树雕也在这场政变中丧生。
After the death of Du Quan of Qi, the 5 princes competed to establish him. Shu Diao, Yi Ya, and others killed the officials, chased the Shaogong Jiang Zhao of Qi, and established the deposed Duke Jiang Wugui of Qi. The internal strife expanded from then on, and Shu Diao was also involved in this coup. Loss of life.
直到周襄王20年，公元前632年，齐昭公姜攀即位，才彻底平息了树雕引发的这场内乱，但齐国因此也丧失了春秋霸主的地位。
It was not until the 20th year of King Zhou Xiang, 632 BC, that Qi Zhaogong Jiangpan came to the throne that the civil strife caused by Xu Diao was completely quelled, but Qi also lost its status as the hegemon of the spring and autumn period.
树雕在自宫之前生育有2子1女，后来树雕的孙子以祖父的名字为姓氏，称雕氏，此后遂有雕氏一族。但后裔子孙们为了避先祖之恶名，便改取。
Before Xu Diao gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter. Later, Xu Diao's grandson took his grandfather's name as his surname and was called Diao. From then on, there was a Diao family. However, in order to avoid the bad reputation of their ancestors, the descendants changed their name to
雕的同音雕，雕作为姓氏，称雕氏。雕氏在唐朝时期有改为丁氏者，元刘武为雕姓所改。据《风俗通》所载，春秋时齐国有雕伯，后姓雕氏。古代雕
The surnames Diao and Diao are homophonic to Diao, and they were called Diao and Diao. In the Tang dynasty, some were changed to Ding. Origin 5. It was changed to the Diao surname. According to customs, according to the records, there was a Diao Bo in the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period, and his surname was Diao.
雕2姓后来皆改为雕姓。另据《日之录》复古篇载，古代雕雕3字生同宗义，后统为雕姓。元刘廖源于百仆族。
The 2 surnames were Diao and later changed to Diao. According to Rizalou and Restore chapter, in ancient times, the 3 characters Diao, Diao and Diao had the same pronunciation in different origins, and were later unified as the surname Diao. Origin 6. Originated from the Baipu tribe.
出自周王朝时期的百仆雕提国，属于以国名为氏。在史籍《山海经·海内南经》中记载，博律国、里尔国、雕提国、北渠国皆在玉水南。
The Baipu carving inscriptions from the Zhou dynasty are named after the country. It is recorded in the historical book, The Classic of Mountains and Seas, Hai Nei Nanjing, Bola Kingdom, Lier Kingdom, Diaodi Kingdom, and Beixian Kingdom are all located south of Yushui.
玉水出相邻南海，亦曰相律。而明朝时期的广东香山时期人后李人，儒学大家黄佐在《广东通志·图经》中记载，海南古有雕提国，古玉水。
Yushui comes out of the South China Sea of Xiangling. One is to consider each other. In the Ming dynasty, Huang Zhua, a Renhuli native of Shiqi, Xiangshan, Guangdong, and a master of Confucianism, recorded in Guangdong Tongji Illustrated Book, in ancient Hainan, there were carvings inscribed on the country. In ancient Yushui,
即今广西右江、玉江、浔江以及广东西江。今广西东部、广东西部的西江中游南岸有玉南县，因古玉水而得名。
that is, Yujiang, Xuanjiang and Shijiang in Guangxi today. There is Yunnan County, on the south bank of the middle reaches of the Shijiang River in eastern and western Guangxi today, named after the ancient Yushui River.
西江由西北往东南流人珠江三角洲入南海，玉水南的雕提国，有学者认为应在西江下游的珠江三角洲地区，也有学者认为雕提国是指今台湾省。
The Xizang River flows from northwest to southeast into the Pearl River Delta and into the South China Sea. Some scholars believe that the Jiaodi country, in Yushui South, should be in the Pearl River Delta area in the lower reaches of the Xizang River. Some scholars believe that the Jiaoti country refers to today's Taiwan province.
或指今海南省。秦朝以后，随着中原汉族人的大批南迁，但人逐渐失去了陆上营地，被迫常年漂泊海上，大部分傣人被汉人同化。
Or refers to present-day Hainan province. After the Qin dynasty, as the Han people from the Central Plains moved south in large numbers, the Shu people gradually lost their land camps and were forced to wander at sea for many years. Most of the Shu people were assimilated by the Han people.
逐渐上岸开垦沙田种地，成为农民。仍有一部分傣民不愿放弃传统的生产生活方式，坚守以舟楫为家、捕鱼为生的古老传统。
Gradually he came ashore to reclaim sandy fields and became a farmer. There are still some people who are unwilling to give up their traditional production and lifestyle and stick to the ancient tradition of taking boats as their home and fishing for a living.
因此，在历史上曾被南下汉人视为低贱的傣民。傣人被汉族同化之后，有以先国之名为姓氏者称雕提氏，后有省文简化为单姓雕氏者。
Therefore, in history, they were regarded as lowly minnows by the Han people who went south. After the Shu people were assimilated by the Han people, some of them took the surname of their ancestors and were called Jiaoti clan. Later, some people were simplified to the single surname Jiao clan in provincial script.
为古老的姓氏之一，亦有取同音字简笔为雕氏者，世代相传至今。余者多为八氏、樊氏、徽氏、相氏、郑氏这五大柱姓。元刘期，源于职业，出自秦。
It is one of the ancient surnames. There are also people who use the homophonic character as Jiao in simple form, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. The rest mostly have the five famous surnames of Ba, Fan, Hui, Xiang, and Zheng. Origin 7. Originated from occupation, from Qin.
汉之际雕工，属于以职业称谓为氏。雕为秦汉时期的一种军用品，是一种有柄的小斗，带把小铜锅，白天可供一人煮饭，夜间则用来敲击以寻更。
In the Han Dynasty, people who were crafty people had their surnames based on their professional titles. Jiao is a kind of military product in the Qin and Han dynasties. It is a small bucket with a handle, a small copper pot with a handle. It can be used by one person to cook during the day and used to knock at night to patrol.
为军旅必备器具，这种雕一直沿用至今，不过将其柄巧妙一点可折叠，改称为军用饭盒罢了。制作雕的工匠就称为雕工。
It is a necessary equipment for the military. This kind of jiao is still in use today, but the handle is cleverly foldable and renamed military lunchbox. The craftsman who makes jiao is called a craftsman.
秦始皇曾将收缴的六国兵器也以为雕，毁灭六国移民能断兵造反的工具，来装备军队自己的战士。在雕工的后裔子孙中，
Qin Shi Huang once smelted the weapons collected from the Six Kingdoms into something cunning, destroying the tools that the survivors of the Six Kingdoms could use to forge rebellion, and use them to equip the army's own warriors. Among the descendants of the craftsmen,
有以先祖职业称谓为姓氏者，称雕氏， 世代相传至今。源流8，源于匈奴族，出自汉朝时期匈奴妇朱蕾弱低单于雕陶莫高的后裔。
Some people whose surname is based on the professional title of their ancestors are called the Jiao family, and this has been passed down from generation to generation. 8 Origins. Originating from the Xiongnu tribe, it comes from the descendants of Mogeo, the Xiongnu compound plant in the Han Dynasty.
属于以先祖名字汉化为氏。在妇朱蕾弱低单于的后裔子孙中，有随南匈奴逐渐融入汉族者，以先祖名字为汉化姓氏，称雕陶氏。
The surname is based on the Chinese name of the ancestor. Among the descendants of Fuzhou Leruotian Chanyu, there were those who gradually integrated into the Han people along with the southern Xiongnu, and took their ancestor's name as a Chinese surname, and they were called Diaotao.
后省文简化为单姓雕氏、雕氏、陶氏、单氏等。源流9，源于官位，出自汉朝时期武官官氏，属于以官职称谓为氏。汉朝时期
Later provincial characters were simplified into single surnames such as Diao, Diao, Tao, Shan, etc. Origin 9. Originating from the official position, it comes from the crown decoration of military officers during the Han Dynasty. It is a surname based on the official title. Han Dynasty period.
所有的五品以上武将的官帽上皆有雕尾为氏，是一种身份象征。在汉朝武将的后裔子孙中，有以先祖具有雕尾冠而荣，因有称雕氏者。
All military generals of rank 5 or above have mink tails on their hats, which is a status symbol. Among the descendants of the generals of the Han Dynasty, some were honored because their ancestors had the Diao tail crown, and some were called the Diao family because of it.
后多简改同音字雕为姓氏，称雕氏。源流10，源于突厥族，出自唐朝时期西突厥阿史那部属尼氏部落，属于以部落图腾崇拜为氏。
Later, many Jains changed the homophone, Diao, to their surname and called them Diao. Origin 10. Originating from the Turkic people, they came from the Shinishi tribe of the Ashina tribe of the Western Turks during the Tang dynasty. They were based on tribal totem worship.
在文献《新编千家姓》和史籍《新唐书》中皆记载，唐有属尼氏。到武则天执政后期，下令将鹰梭川属尼氏部内迁。
It is recorded in the document New Collection of Thousand Family Surnames, and the historical book New Book of Tang. There was a rat Nishi in the Tang dynasty. In the later period of Wu Zetian's reign, he ordered the Yingxigaon Shinishi tribe to be moved inland.
属尼氏部族人反抗而自迁川黔之地，在三国蜀汉时期逐渐与当地故西羌部落融合，相对集中分布于滇西遂九、今云南丽江、澜沧江流域金州。
The Shinishi tribe resisted and moved to Sichuan and Guizhou. During the Shu-Han period of the Three Kingdoms, they gradually merged with the local Gushi Chang tribe. They were relatively concentrated in Suizhou, now Lijiang, Yunnan, in western Yunnan and Jinzhou, in the Lancang River Basin.
今贵州黔西南布依族苗族自治州贞丰、侧亨、望摩一带，成为后来西南夷的先民之一。族人多以部落名称为姓氏，称属氏，亦有以部族图腾大属。
The areas of Zhenfeng, Xiheng and Wangma in the Bai and Miao Autonomous Prefecture in southwest Guizhou today became one of the ancestors of the later Southwest Yi people. Most of the tribesmen took the name of the tribe as their surname and were called the Rat clan, Some also took the tribal totem, rat.
即雕为姓氏者，称雕氏，后有简改同音字雕为姓氏，称雕氏。元流11，源于傣族，属于汉化改姓为氏。明朝时期，云南傣族刀氏土司世家后裔。
That is, those whose surname is Diao are called Diao. Later, the homonym Diao was changed to the surname and called Diao. Origin 11. Originating from the Dai ethnic group, the surname was changed to surname in Han culture. During the Ming dynasty, he was a descendant of the Dao clan chieftain family of the Dai ethnic group in Yunnan.
有改姓氏为雕氏者。到了清朝时期，云南建水州曼车乡土社、镇元土府、四川建昌道红卜居土百户等均有雕氏。傣族古代时没有姓氏，只有名字。
Some people changed their surname to Diao. By the time of the Qing dynasty, there were Diao family members in Zhuoche rural houses in Jianshuizhou, Yunnan, Tufu in Jinyuan, and Hongbuju Tufu in Jianchang Road, Sichuan. The Dai people did not have surnames in ancient times, only first names.
后西取汉文化逐渐采用了姓氏。在史籍《西姓录》中记载，王继平陆川次夷人帕刀剁三姓，后染华风，改为雕氏。其中的刀氏族人氏为傣族土司。
Later, they gradually adopted surnames after absorbing Chinese culture. It is recorded in the historical book, His Surnames Record, Wang Ji Ping Luchuan gave the Yi people the three surnames of Fear, Dao, and Chou. Later, they were influenced by the Chinese style and changed their name to Diao. Among them, the Dao clan is the chieftain of the Dai people.
在稳定云南地区民族团结和促进经济发展中做出了巨大贡献。之中，刀氏族人中有意改为雕氏者，世代相传至今。元流12，源于满族。
It has made great contributions to stabilizing ethnic unity and promoting economic development in Yunnan. Among the Dao clan members, there are those who were easily changed to Diao clan, which has been passed down from generation to this day. Origin 12. Originated from Manchu.
属于汉化改姓为氏。据史籍《清朝通志·氏族略》满洲八旗姓记载，一满族雕洛氏，亦称多罗氏、周噜噜氏，满语为 Dolo、Hala， 汉译内。
It belongs to Chinese culture and the surname is changed to surname. According to the historical book, General Chronicles of the Qing Dynasty, Clan Briefing, surnames of the 8 banners of Manchuria, The Manchu Dialuo clan is also known as the Duoluo clan and the Qilulu clan. In Manchu, it is Dolo, Hala, and the Chinese meaning is Nei.
世居叶赫，今吉林梨树，东海，今俄罗斯滨海地区，所冠汉姓为雕氏、高氏、赵氏等。二、满族多姓氏，满语为 Doing、Hala， 世居讷音。
He lived in Yeha, now Lishu, Jilin, and Donghai, now coastal area of Russia, and his Han surnames were Diao, Gao, Zhao, etc. The Manchu Duoxing clan, whose Manchu language is Doing, Hala, has lived in Nayan.
今吉林抚松松花江上游流域所冠汉姓中有雕氏。家族名人，雕贤，西汉初期至今山东淄博市临淄人，大工商业主。
The upper reaches of the Songhua River in Fusong, Jilin today, among the Han surnames they bear is Diao. Family celebrity. Diao, Xian. A native of Qi, now Linzi, Zibo City, Shandong Province, in the early Western Han Dynasty. Big industrial and commercial owner.
今学者将其列为中国古代23巨商之一。雕监致富之道很特别，齐国人一向瞧不起奴婢，但雕监特别善待他们，用他们去做鱼盐买卖并经营商业。
Scholars today list him as one of the 23 giant merchants in ancient China. Diao Jian's way of getting rich is very special. The people of Qi had always looked down upon slaves, but Diao Jian was particularly kind to them and used them to trade fish and salt and run commerce.
以此致富，家产数千万，成为巨富。《史记·货殖列传》：其俗见奴虏，而雕贤独爱贵之。劫侠奴，人之所患也，为雕贤收取，使之逐于盐，最后付至千金。
In this way, he became rich, with a fortune of tens of millions, and became extremely rich. Historical records. The biography of Huiji: the common customs despise slaves, but Diao Xian only loves and respects them. Cunning slaves are what troubles people, but they can only be collected by being cunning and making them hunt for fish and salt, and eventually become rich to 1,000 pieces of gold.
雕为彭城，今江苏省徐州人，东汉大臣。桓帝时为侍御史，与陈蕃相中，被县以朋党禁锢。后复拜议郎，迁尚书，出为鲁、东海2郡相。性耿直，有名略。
Diao Wei. A native of Pengcheng, now Shuzhou, Jiangsu Province, he was a minister of the Eastern Han Dynasty. During the time of Emperor Huan, he was serving as a censor. He had a close relationship with Chen Fan and was imprisoned as a clique. Later, he paid homage to Ilang again, moved to the position of minister, and became the prime minister of the two counties of Lu and Donghai. He is upright and has a clear vision.
所在称神，雕写，渤海饶安人，东晋大臣。东晋初建，任尚书左仆射、尚书令，参与制定朝廷典章制度，为元帝心腹，竭力拥护帝室，与王室势力相抗衡。
The place is called God. Diao Xia. A native of Rawan, Bohai, he was a minister of the Eastern Jin dynasty. At the beginning of the Eastern Jin dynasty, he served as Shangshu Zupush and Shangshu Ling. He participated in the formulation of court regulations and systems. He was a confidant of Emperor Yuan and tried his best to support the imperial family and compete with the power of the Wang family.
后王敦起兵反晋，他于出逃途中被杀。雕乙协子，东晋大臣。王敦乱平后，他斩仇人党，为父报仇。立尚书吏部郎，累迁北中郎将，徐滚2州刺史，假节。
Later Wang Dun raised troops to rebel against the Jin dynasty, and he was killed on the way to escape. Diao Yi. Xiezi, minister of the Eastern Jin dynasty. After Wang Dun's rebellion was over, he killed his enemies to avenge his father. Li Bulang, the official secretary of the Li dynasty, moved to Bizhonglang General, Su Gun, the governor of 2 states, and Jijia.
镇广陵，雕魁，雕乙子，东晋官吏，土族地主。安帝时，任广州刺史，领平越中郎将。与其弟雕畅、雕弘等皆不重名节，喜之财货。后随桓玄叛晋。
Zhen Guangling. Diao Kuei. Diao Yizi, an official of the Eastern Jin dynasty and a landowner of the 2 ethnic group. During the reign of Emperor, he served as the governor of Guangzhou and led the general Zhonglang of Pingyue. He and his younger brothers Diao Chang and Diao Hong do not attach great importance to fame and honor, and they like to acquire wealth. Later, Huan Xian rebelled against Jin.
被刘裕所灭。刁雍，刁畅子，北魏官吏。刘裕执政，逃至后秦，后归北魏，任建义将军，与刘宋军频繁交战，迁徐豫2州刺史等职。尚文好学，著有诗、赋、论。
Destroyed by Lu Yu. Diao Yong. Diao Changzi, an official in the Northern Wei dynasty. Lu Yu came to power, fled to the later Qin dynasty, and later returned to the Northern Wei dynasty. He served as General Jiani, fought frequently with the Lu Song army, and moved to Su and Yu prefectures to serve as governor and other posts. He is fond of literature and studies, and has written poems, essays.
宋，杂文100余篇，又笃信佛教，著有《教戒》。刁正，刁雍孙，北魏大臣，颇涉书史，解音律，轻才好诗，交结名流，然贪而好色，为义者所贬，立安南将军。
He wrote more than 100 odes and essays. He also believed in Buddhism and wrote Jiao Jia. Diao Zheng. Diao Yongsun, minister of the Northern Wei dynasty. He is quite involved in book history and interpretation of music and rhythm. He cares about wealth and likes giving, and associates with famous people. However, he is greedy and lustful, and he is criticized by those who discuss it. General Li Anan.
光禄大夫等职，关中为大将军。刁通，山阴，今江苏省淮安人，元代将领。若冠授从征冯异校尉。世祖至元中，从丞相伯颜作战，武艺绝伦，功居多。
He held the rank of Guanglu doctor and other officials, and eventually became the general of Wei. Diao Tong. A native of Shanin, now Huaiyan, Jiangsu province, he was a general in the Yuan dynasty. Weik Guan was awarded the title of Colonel Feng Yi. From Shizu to Yuanzhong, he fought under the Prime Minister Boyan. He was extremely skilled in martial arts and made most of his achievements.
阿术元帅即选通领都下军，克樊城，定镇江、淮南一带。升征东招讨使，配金符，仪镇扬州，命世袭其职。刁代，元代本路总管，是石洞郊为聂。
Marshal Ashu and Xiantong led their troops to conquer Fancheng and seize the Zhenjiang and Huainan areas. He was promoted to Jingdong to recruit envoys, wore gold talismans, moved to Yangzhou, and ordered his position to be hereditary. Diao Dai. The general manager of this road in the Yuan dynasty, the cave dragon, was doing evil at that time.
代携利剑入洞，代与交俱死。刁报，齐州，今河北省深泽人，明末清初学者。明天起兼举人，学术专宗义理。明末唱重守城，据农民起义军。有一着。
Dai carried a sharp sword into the cave, and both Dai and the dragon died. Diao Bao. A native of Qizhou, now Shenzhen, Hebei province, he was a beginner in the late Ming and Qing dynasties. Tomorrow, people will be promoted, and academics will be specialized in principles and doctrines. At the end of the Ming dynasty, people were encouraged to defend the city to resist the peasant uprising. There are Yi Zhui.
用六级等。标光印，长安人，唐代画家，天赋中避乱入蜀，性情高洁，交游不杂，善画湖石、花卉、茂兔、鸟雀、宫花水，有孔类升堂、黄德入室之赞。孔宗
Use 6 episodes, and so on. Diao Guanyin. A native of Chang'an, a painter of the Tang dynasty, he escaped from chaos and entered Shu during Tianfu. He has a noble temperament and does not mingle with others. He is good at painting lake rocks, flowers, hat rabbits, birds, flowers, and water. He is praised as the peacock ascends to the hall, and the yellow one enters the house. Kong Song.
黄泉皆施其笔。标彦能，上蔡人，五代时后唐大臣，少姑，弑母至孝，官至抚州节度使，颇有志称。标国器，平阳路金山西省临汾人，元代将领。
Huang Quan all learned from his writing. Diao Yanning. A native of Shanxi, he was a minister of the later Tang dynasty during the 5 dynasties. When I was young, I was extremely filial to my mother. He served as an official to Fuzhou as a military envoy and was quite famous for his rule. Diao Guiqi. A native of Pingyang Road, now Linfen, Shaanxi Province, he was a general in the Yuan dynasty.
以勋伐为征西帅，临乱决战，以果一称。标在廉，清代学者，性清介，不苟取。临卒，有以居官致富借其子孙。标代高，浙江慈溪人，清代学者。诸生
He is known as the commander-in-chief of the Western Conquest, and he is known as Gui Yi in decisive battles in the face of chaos. Diao Zilian. Scholars in the Qing dynasty were of pure nature and unscrupulous. Before his death, he still warned his descendants by holding an official position and getting rich. Diao Daigao. A native of Cixi, Zhejiang, a scholar of the Qing dynasty. All lives.
少及已能书工诗名，后多病，足不能行，唯吟诗作字不断。尤善大字，兼通音韵。地望分布，标氏是一个典型的多民族、多源流姓氏。
When he was young, he was known as a calligrapher and poet. Later, he became ill and unable to walk, but he continued to recite poems and write calligraphy. He is especially good at large characters and has good pronunciation. Geographical distribution. The Jiao family name is a typical multi-ethnic and multi-origin surname.
在当今姓氏排行榜上名列第245位，人口约36万9千余，占全国人口总数的 0.023%。战国时期乡王有楚氏雕伯。
It ranks 245th on the current surname list, with a population of about 369,000, accounting for 0.023% of the country's total population. During the Warring States period, King Qi Xiang had a virgin named Diaobo.
有的古籍也写作雕伯，汉时有其之商贾雕监。这几位名载史册之人物都是当时的旗人，即现在的山东人，再结合树雕。
Some ancient books also write Diaobo. In the Han Dynasty, there was a merchant from Qi named Diao Jian. These figures recorded in history were all people from Qi at that time, that is, people from Shandong now, and they were combined with Shu Diao.
可见雕姓的最早发源地是山东。新莽时期有义军首领，东海今山东省郯城人刁子兜，东汉有彭城， 今江苏省徐州，人雕伪建筑史册，徐州毗邻山东。
It can be seen that the earliest birthplace of the surname Diao is Shandong. During the Xinmong period, there was Diao Zidu, the leader of the rebel army and a native of Donghai, now Tancheng, Shandong province. In the Eastern Han dynasty, there was Diao Wei, a native of Pengcheng, now Shuzhou, Jiangsu province, who is mentioned in the annals of history. Shuzhou is adjacent to Shandong.
以前又曾归属过山东管辖，所以雕姓起源于山东应无疑义。汉末三国魏晋时，雕姓在渤海郡和弘农郡繁衍得十分兴旺，成为此两郡之名门大族。
It was once under the jurisdiction of Shandong, so there is no doubt that the surname Diao originated from Shandong. During the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Three Kingdoms at the end of the Han dynasty, the Diao surname flourished in Bohai County and Hongnong County and became a famous family in these two counties.
其中以雕姓渤海郡望最为兴旺，表现十分抢眼。五胡16国时期，中原板荡，进士被迫南渡渤海饶安，今河北省孟村，人雕协议避难南渡。
Among them, Bohai County Prince with the surname Diao is the most prosperous and his performance is very eye-catching. During the 5 Hu and 16 Kingdoms period, the Central Plains was in turmoil, and the Jin dynasty was forced to cross south. Diao Xia, a native of Raon, now Mengsuan, Hebei province, on the Bohai Sea, also took refuge in the south.
为当朝尚书令，后被奸臣所杀，但其子孙显贵于当朝。其孙刁魁兄弟3人据经商发家，仅刁魁1人就置田产数万顷，奴婢至数千人，后流寓诸刁民。
He was the minister of the dynasty and was later killed by a treacherous minister. However, his descendants became prominent in the dynasty. His grandson, Diao Kuei, and his 3 brothers all made a fortune in business. Diao Kuei alone owned tens of thousands of hectares of land and had thousands of slaves. Later, Lu Yu punishes unruly people.
刁姓有回归北方者，但有刁姓血脉流居江南。北魏时，刁协武士孙刁整因河北丧乱，遂奉母克齐州，今山东省济南。隋唐2代。
Some people with the surname Diao returned to the north, but some of the bloodline of the surname Diao stayed in the south of the Yangtze River. During the Northern Wei dynasty, Diao Zheng, the 5th generation son of Diao Xia, went to Qizhou, today's Jinan, Shandong province, with his mother because of the chaos in Hebei. Sui and Tang dynasties.
刁姓繁衍之主流依旧在北方，但在江浙皖鄂的南方诸省均有刁姓人家入居。唐昭宗天复中，长安（今陕西省西安）人刁光印避地入蜀，今四川省。
The mainstream of the reproduction of the Diao surname is still in the north, but people with the Diao surname have settled in the southern provinces of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, and Hubei. During the reign of Emperor Zhaozong of the Tang dynasty, Diao Guanyin, a native of Chang'an, now Xi'an, Shaanxi province, fled to Shu, now Sichuan province.
唐末5代时，河南上蔡人刁彦能因仕宦南唐而落籍生州，今江苏省南京，其有子喜居润州丹徒，今江苏省镇江。除此以外，
During the late Tang dynasty and the 5 dynasties, Diao Yanning, a native of Shanxi, Hunan province, settled in Xingzhou, now Nanjing, Jiangsu province, because he was an official in the southern Tang dynasty. His son moved to Dantu, Runzhou, now Zhenjiang, Jiangsu province. Other than that,
刁姓由于避乱，亦有进入湖南、江西者。宋元两代，今福建、广东、广西、云南、贵州均有刁姓人入迁。元末明初，有刁青自福建宁化石壁迁广东潮州揭阳。
Some people with the Diao surname also entered Hunan and Jiangxi to avoid chaos. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, people with the Diao surname moved to Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, Yunnan, and Guizhou. At the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, Diao Qing moved to Jieyang, Chaozhou, Guangdong from Ningguan Shibi, Fujian.
生子嗣分迁兴宁、长乐、海洋，续衍朝阳、龙川、新界以及广西。山西刁姓作为明初洪桐大槐树迁民姓氏之一，被分迁于河北、东北、甘肃、天津等地。沥青。
After 4 children, they moved to Xingning, Changle, and Haiyang. It continued to expand into Longchuan, Chaoyang, New Territories, and Guangxi. The Shangxi Diao surname was one of the surnames of the people who migrated to Hongdong Dahuai Tree in the early Ming dynasty. They were relocated to Hebei, northeast China, Gansu, Tianjin, and other places. Li Qing.
刁姓分布之地愈广。如今，刁姓在全国分布较广，又以贵州、湖南多此姓。2省汉族刁姓约占全国汉族刁姓人口的64%。
The surname Diao is distributed more and more widely. Today, the surname Diao is widely distributed across the country, especially in Guizhou and Hunan. The Han surname Diao in these 2 provinces accounts for about 64% of the Han population surnamed Diao in the country.
刁姓是当今中国姓氏排行第204位的姓氏，人口较多，约占全国汉族人口的0.04%。注：历史来源：中原初，一役以地名为氏。
The surname Diao is the 204th ranked surname in China today. It has a large population, accounting for about 0.04% of the country's Han population. Bell. Historical source dash. Zhong originates from 1. Named after the place.
据通志氏族略以一为氏所载，春秋时宋桓公之曾孙伯宗在晋国做官，升州离，逃奔楚国，时采于钟离，在今安徽省凤阳市。
According to General Chronicles. Clan Brief. According to Take E as a family, during the spring and autumn period, Bo Zong, the great-grandson of Song Huan Gong, was an official in the Jin state. He was born in Zhouli, fled to the Chu state, and gathered food in Zhongli, in today's Fengyang City, Anhui Province.
一说在今湖北省汉川县东五里处，其后有钟氏、钟离氏。2. 为钟离氏所改。据《姓氏急救篇》所载，楚汉之际，钟离妹为项羽部将，其次子皆。
One theory is that it was 5 miles east of present-day Hanchuan County, Hubei Province. Later there were the Zhong family and the Zhongli family. 2. Modified by Zhongli. According to Surname Jiju Pian, during the Chu Han dynasty, Zhongli Mei was a general under Xiang Yu, and his second son took over.
据颍川长社，故城在今河南省长葛县西，其后为钟氏。家族名人：钟繇，公元151-230，字福长，三国时魏颍川郡人，汉末官至侍中、尚书仆。
He lived in Changxi, Yingchuan. The old city is in the west of today's Changge County, Hunan Province, and later became the Zhong family. Family celebrity. Zhou Miao, 151 to 230 AD. Character Chang, a native of Yingchuan County, Wei Dynasty during the Three Kingdoms period. In the late Han Dynasty, he became an official and became a servant.
设入卫生太傅，善书法，从师刘德生。其书若飞鸿系海，五鹤游天。钟馗，钟离权，帝王分布，河南许昌。诗，历史来源，徐元初。一，以国为事。
Shoot, enter Wei Xing Taifu. Good at calligraphy, studied under Lu Desheng. His book is like a flying dragon playing in the sea or a dancing crane traveling in the sky. Zhong Kue. Zhongli Quan. Geographical distribution. Xuchang, Hunan. Su. Historical source dash. Su originates from 1. Take the country as your surname.
徐荣，亦称徐仪或徐方，为东夷之一。夏代至周代，分布在今淮河中下游、今江苏省西北部和安徽省东北部。周初，以今江苏省泗洪县一带为中心。
Su Rong, also known as Su Yi or Su Fang, is one of the Eastern Yi people. From the Xia dynasty to the Zhou dynasty, they were distributed in the middle and lower reaches of the Huaihe River, now the northwest of Jiangsu Province and the northeast of Anhui Province. At the beginning of the Zhou dynasty, it was centered around the present-day Sihong County, Jiangsu Province.
建立徐国，在东夷中最为强大。春秋时为楚国所败，周敬王8年（公元前512年）被吴国吞并。据《元和姓纂》及《通志士族略》所载，徐氏为颛顼。
Established the Su state, which was the most powerful among the Eastern Yi. It was defeated by the Chu state in the spring and autumn period, and was annexed by the Wu state in the 8th year of King Jing of Zhou, 512 BC. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames and Tongji. Clan briefing, the Su family is Zhuanqiu.
高尧之后，夏禹时封伯益之子若木于徐国。从若木至徐衍王共32世。徐衍王攻周，被周穆王及造父击败，后又封徐衍王子宗为徐子。春秋时
After Gaotao. During the reign of Emperor Xiaoyu, Boyi's son Ruomu was granted the title of Yu in the state of Su. From Ruomu to King Su Yan, there were 32 emperors in total. King Su Yan attacked Zhou and was defeated by King Mu and Zhaofu of Zhou. Later, Su Yan was granted the title of Su Zi. Spring and Autumn Period.
徐国被吴灭后，徐子的彝族以原国名徐为氏。2. 清代满族姓氏书目录氏改为徐氏，如徐元梦为满洲正白旗人。家族名人，徐衍王。
After the Su kingdom was destroyed by Wu, Su Zi's surviving family took the original country name Su as their surname. 2. In the Qing dynasty, the Manchu surname Shimulu was changed to Su, such as Su Yuanmeng, a native of Zhengbai Banner in Manchuria. Family celebrity. King Su Yan.
周穆王时，徐国之子爵诸侯，以仁义治国，因得诸公使，以为天瑞，遂自称徐衍王。江淮诸侯从之者36国，穆王令楚伐之，衍王爱民不战，遂为楚败。
During the reign of King Mu of Zhou dynasty, he was a Viscount Prince of the Su kingdom. He governed the country with benevolence and righteousness. Because he got the red bow and arrow, he thought it was auspicious, so he called himself King Su Yan. The princes of the Yangtze and Huaihe rivers followed the 36 kingdoms. King Mu ordered Chu to attack them, but King Yan loved the people and did not fight, so Chu was defeated.
徐福，秦时方士，字君房，生卒年不详。始皇闻东海祖州有不死之药，潜伏乘楼船，再同男女各3000人往求之，去而不返。或作徐氏。徐敬业。
Su Fu, an alchemist in the Qin dynasty, whose courtesy name was Junfang. The year of birth and death is unknown. When the first emperor heard that there was an elixir of immortality in Zhuzhou in the East China Sea, he sent Fu on a high-rise boat carrying 3,000 boys and girls to seek it, but he never returned. Or Su Shi. Su Jingye.
唐徐继之孙，有永明，屡从纪征伐，袭英国公爵，作事贬柳州司马。后与骆宾王等共讨武后，兵败，为其部下所杀。徐达1332至1385，字天德。
The grandson of Su Ji in the Tang dynasty had a reputation for bravery. He repeatedly led the expedition, attacked the British Duke, and was demoted to the Sima of Liuzhou. Later, he joined forces with King Luo Bin and others to attack Empress Wu, but was defeated and killed by his subordinates. Su De, 1332-1385. The word is Tianda.
明代亳州人，驻朱元璋起兵，屡立战功，率兵北定中原，入燕京，为开国功臣，官至中书右丞相，封魏国公。死后追封中山王。徐悲鸿，1892至1952。
A native of Haozhou in the Ming dynasty. He helped Zhu Yuanzhang raise the army and made many military exploits. He led his troops to conquer the Central Plains in the north and entered Yanjing. He was a hero in the founding of the country. He became the prime minister on the right side of Zhongshu and was granted the title of Duke of Wei. After his death, he was granted the title of King of Zhongshan. Su Beihong, 1892-1952.
原名寿康，江苏宜兴人，法国巴黎国立美术学校毕业，历任北京艺术学院、中国美术学院院长等职，曾携中国近代绘画作品赴法、德、比、意等国展览。
His original name was Shoukang, a native of Yixing, Jiangsu Province. Graduated from the École Nationale des Beaux-Arts in Paris, France. He has successively served as president of the Beijing Academy of Art and the China Academy of Art. He has taken modern Chinese paintings to exhibitions in France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, and other countries.
以改良国画、发扬中华艺术为终身事业。宫西画，善写动物，国画以马为最驰名，笔法简练明快，富有生气，能够融合中西技法而自成面貌。
His lifelong career is to improve traditional Chinese painting and promote Chinese art. He specializes in Western painting and is good at depicting animals. Horses are the most famous Chinese paintings. His brushwork is concise, lively, and full of vitality. He can blend Chinese and Western techniques to create his own look.
着有《中国画改良论》《美与义》及画集。徐志摩，1896至1931，原名张旭，以字行，浙江海宁县人，曾留学英美，以新诗、渔体散文著名，风格瑰丽。
He is the author of Chinese painting reform theory, beauty and art, and painting collections. Su Jima, 18961931. His original name was Zhang Chu, with the character Xing. A native of Haining County, Zhejiang Province. He studied in England and the United States and is famous for his new poetry and prose in a magnificent style.
历任北京、东吴、中国各大学教授，为北京晨报诗刊及新月月刊主编。因飞机失事而遇难。着有志摩的诗，自剖巴黎林沼、翡冷翠的一夜等。地望分布。
He has successively served as a professor at universities in Beijing, Suzhou, and China, and is the editor-in-chief of the Beijing Morning Post Poetry Magazine and Crescent Monthly. Killed in a plane crash. He is the author of Jima's poems, Autopsy, Scaled Claws in Paris, One Night in Filenqui, etc. Geographical distribution.
江苏海县、山东巨野县、沂水、临沂、河南濮阳。秋，历史来源：秋元初，以秋意作秋。
Hai County, Jiangsu, Jui County, Yishui, Lini, Shandong, Puyang, Hunan. Qiu. Historical source dash. Qiu originates from 1. Qiu is also used as Qiu.
说文通讯定声引东汉英少《汉书·楚元王传》注云：“丘，姓也。”后世未必孔子名丘的名讳，将丘加一旁改写为丘字。2. 以地为氏。
Shuowen Tongshuan Dingsheng quotes the Eastern Han Dynasty in Shao's Han Shu. The Chu Yuan king's biography says, Qiu, the surname is also. In order to avoid the name taboo of Confucius, named Xiu, later generations changed the name Kujiai to Qiu. 2. Taking the land as the surname.
据风俗通义所载，周代姜太公受封于齐国，建都营丘，在今山东省临淄县，其后有丘氏。3. 据《后汉书·乌桓传》所载，东汉时。
According to customs, Jiang Taigong of the Zhou dynasty was granted the title of Qi state and established his capital in Yingqiu, in today's Linzi County, Shandong Province. Later, there was the Qiu family. 3. According to Book of the Later Han Dynasty. Wuhuan Biography, Eastern Han Dynasty.
东湖别支乌桓部落亦有丘氏。4. 为南北朝时鲜卑族复姓所改。据《魏书官世志》所载，北魏献文帝七分国人，以次弟窦真熙为丘敦氏。
The Wuhuan tribe of Donggubietsi also has the Qiu family. 4. It was changed from the compound surname of the Xianbei people in the southern and northern dynasties. According to the Wuhuan tribe of Donggubietsi also has the Qiu family. 4. It was changed from the compound surname of the Xianbei people in the southern and northern dynasties. According to Book of Wei. According to Luguan Shiji, Emperor Xianwen of the northern Wei dynasty divided his country among 7 people, and his second brother Dozhen was named Xiu-dun.
魏孝文帝时改为丘氏。家族名人：丘处机、丘池，464至508，字希范，南朝齐梁间乌城，今浙江省吴兴县人。8岁能属文。
During the reign of Emperor Xiaowen of Wei, it was changed to the Qiu family. Family celebrity: Qiu Chuji. Qiu Qi, 464508. His courtesy name was Shifan, a native of Wucheng, now Wuxing County, Zhejiang Province, between Qi and Liang dynasties in the southern dynasties. At the age of 8, he can belong to literature.
梁武帝常人之为中书郎，代诏文德殿。帝常着连珠，群臣记作者数十人，秋池所传，辞采立异，为一时之冠。丘行恭，唐代洛阳人，善骑射。贞观年间，
Emperor Wu of Liang dynasty appointed him as Zhongshu Lang, waiting for the imperial edict to the Wendi Hall. The emperor tasted the continuation of the poem, and dozens of officials succeeded him. Qiu Qi wrote it with elegant words, which made him the best at that time. Qiu Xinggong, a native of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty, good at riding and shooting. During the Zhengguan period,
627至649，讨高昌有功，赵卓实为人马，立项于昭陵阙前以京之。官至冀、辖2州刺史。地望分布：河南洛阳、浙江吴兴县。洛，历史来源：洛。
627-649, had made great achievements in conquering Gaochang, and ordered them to carve stones into figures of men and horses, and erect a statue in front of the Zhaoling Tower as a banner. The official arrived in Ji, and became the governor of 2 states in Shaanxi. Geographical distribution: Luoyang, Hunan, Wuxing County, Zhejiang. Luo. Historical source dash. Luo.
元初，一出自姜姓，以王父为氏。据《元和姓纂》所载，周代姜太公之后有公子洛，其之孙以王父、祖父、侄次洛为氏。2. 商末周初，飞廉之子鄂来。
Source 1. Comes from the surname Jiang. Take the king's father as his surname. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames, there was a son Luo after Taigong Jiang in the Zhou dynasty, and his descendants took the surname Luo from the king's father, grandfather. 2. At the end of the Shang dynasty and the beginning of the Zhou dynasty, Fei Lian's son came here.
其后有鄂来籍。据《史记》所载，鄂来阁之玄孙日大洛，建大洛国，周厉王时灭于西戎。其后亦有洛氏。3. 古鲜卑族所改，魏书官氏志云。
Then there will be evil coming. According to historical records, the great-great-grandson of Irai Gu, Rida Luo, established the Deluo kingdom, which was destroyed by Shirong during the reign of King Zhou. Later there was also the Luo family. 3. Modified by the ancient Xinbei people, Book of Wei. Guan Shizhi says,
南北朝时，北魏有代北3字，姓他洛拔氏，随魏孝文帝迁都洛阳，定居中原后，改为洛氏。家族名人，骆宾王，公元640年，初唐婺州义乌人。
During the southern and northern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had a surname of Luoba with 3 characters in the north. He moved the capital to Luoyang with Emperor Xiaowen of Wei dynasty. After settling in the Central Plains, he changed his name to the Luo family. Family celebrity: King Luo Bin, AD 640-. A native of Yiwu, Wuzhou in the early Tang dynasty.
官长安主簿，擅长诗文，与王勃、杨炯、卢照邻齐名，世称4杰。洛牙，字祁门，南朝陈临安人。文帝陈谦任吴兴太守时，拜为将帅，从平度堪、张彪。
The official is in charge of the book. He is good at poetry and prose, and is as famous as Wang Bo, Yang, Jiong, and Lu Zhaolin, and is known as the four masters in the world. Luoya. Zi Qimen, a native of Chen Linan in the southern dynasties. When Emperor Wen Chenxian was appointed as the prefect of Wuxing, he worshipped him as a general and defeated Du Gong and Zhang Biao.
勇冠三军，官至散骑常侍，地望分布：河南北部、江苏苏州。考。历史来源：高原出，一出自姜姓，以义为事。春秋时
Champion the three armies bravely. When the official arrives, he often serves as a casual rider. Geographical distribution: Northern Hunan, Suzhou, Jiangsu. Hai. Historical source dash. Hai comes from 1. Comes from the surname Jiang, with E as the surname. Spring and autumn period.
姜太公六世孙齐文公吕赤之子，受封于高邑，在今河南省禹县，称为公子高。其孙系以祖封邑为名士，称高系，其后有高氏。2.
The son of Lu Qi, the sixth grandson of Jiang Taigong, Qi Wengong, was granted the title of Gongzi Gao in Gaoyi, in today's Yu County, Hunan Province. His grandson Shi was named Gaoshi after his ancestral fief, and he was followed by the Gao family. 2.
据《通志士族略》所载，齐惠公吕元之子为公子齐，字子高。其之孙以王父字高为氏。3. 改姓，据《北齐书》允，北齐文宣帝姓高名扬。
According to General Chronicles. According to a clan briefing, the son of Lu Yuan, Duke Hui of Qi, was Gong Zi Qi, with the courtesy name Zi Gao. His descendants took Wang's father's surname, Gao, as their surname. Third, changed his surname. According to Book of Northern Qi, Emperor Wenxuan of Northern Qi's surname was Gao Mingyang.
当时有鲜卑族人袁景安，原文尧阴有功，被赐姓高。北齐时高龙之，本姓徐氏，因其父为高欢所养，改姓高。魏书载，后燕皇帝慕容云，本鲜卑族。
At that time, there was Yuan Jing'an, a member of the Xianbei tribe. Yuan Wenyao was given the surname Gao because of his meritorious service. During the Northern Qi dynasty, Gao Longji, whose original surname was Su, changed his surname to Gao because his father was raised by Gao Huan. Book of Wei records that Emperor Murong Yun of later Yan was originally from the Xianbei tribe.
自称高阳氏后代，改姓高，称高云。家族名人：高阳，高力士，684至762，唐代的宦官，个性谨慎细心而聪明，深受玄宗宠信。
Claiming to be a descendant of the Gao Yang family, he changed his surname to Gao and called him Gao Yun. Family celebrity: Gao Yang. Gao Lisher, 684762. Eunuchs of the Tang dynasty. He was cautious, careful, and intelligent, and was favored by Xuanzong.
累官至骠骑大将军，晋开府仪同三司，擅权弄政。肃宗时被弹劾流放至乌州，宝应时被赦还，病死途中。高崇文，唐代幽州人，贞元年间。
From being an official to a general of hussars, he was promoted to the 3rd Division of Itong in Keifu, and he was good at governing. During the reign of Suzong, he was impeached and exiled to Wuzhou. Baoying was pardoned and returned, but he died of illness on the way. Gao Chongwen. A native of Yuzhou in the Tang dynasty. During the Zhenyuan period.
公元785至805，跟随韩全义镇守长武城，管理军队很有成绩。吐蕃侵犯宁州时，他率兵前往营救，大获全胜，封渤海郡王。剑南西川节度使谋反。
AD 785–805, followed Han Xuanyi to guard Changwucheng and managed the army very successfully. When Tubo invaded Ningzhou, he led his troops to rescue him, won a great victory, and was granted the title of King of Bohai County. The Jidushi of Sichuan in Jiannan rebelled.
高崇文被推荐为左神策行营节度使，领兵征讨，8战皆胜，刻石记功，封南平郡王。明公刻文字于石头上记载功绩。地望分布：河北、辽宁渤海湾。
Gao Chongwen was recommended as the military governor of Zhuoshent's camp. He led troops to conquer and won 8 battles. He carved stones to record his merits and was granted the title of Prince of Nanping County. Inscription: carving words on stones to record achievements. Geographical distribution: Hebei, Bohai-Bei, Liaoning.
北京密云，辽宁大凌河以东，江苏扬州，河南洛阳。夏，历史来源：夏元初。一，出自《四行》，据《姓谱》所载，周王朝封夏后氏之后，东楼宫于起。
Miyun in Beijing, east of Daling River in Liaoning, Yangzhou in Jiangsu, Luoyang in Hunan. Summer. Historical source dash. Xia originates from 1. Comes from Si Xing. According to the surname genealogy, after the Zhou dynasty granted the title of Xiahou, the Duke of Donglu was Yu Qi.
其余有不得封邑者，以原国名夏为氏。2. 为夏侯氏所简化，今甘肃庆阳夏氏即氏。3. 出自归姓，以王父字为氏。据《通志·氏族略》所载。
The remaining people who were not allowed to be enfeoffed took the original country name Xia as their surname. 2. Simplified by the Xiahou family, which is the Xia family in Qingyang, Gansu today. 3. Derived from the surname Gui, taking the surname Wangfu as the surname. According to General Chronicles. Contained in Clan Brief.
春秋时陈宣公之子少熙，字子夏，其子孙征叔，以王父的字夏为氏，称为夏征叔，是为陈国之夏氏。家族名人：夏竦，984至1050年，字子乔。
In the spring and autumn period, Chen Xuangong's son Shaoxi was named Zixia. His descendant Jingshu took his father's character, Xia, as his surname and was called Xia Jingshu. He is the Xia family of Chen State. Family celebrity: Xia Song, 984–1050. ZZ Qiao.
宋代德安人，官至参知政事，封英国公。文章典雅藻丽，为政有纪，治军有言，时人以为真宰相气。地望分布：江苏苏州、甘肃庆阳。泰，历史来源：泰。
A native of Dan in the Song dynasty. As an official, he participated in political affairs and was granted the title of Duke of England. The articles are elegant and beautiful. He has achieved great results in politics, and he is especially strict in running the army. People at that time thought it was the real prime minister's weapon. Geographical distribution. Suzhou, Jiangsu, Qingyang, Gansu. Kai. Historical source dash. Kai.
元初，出自姬姓，以国名为氏。据《元和姓纂》及《通志士族略》以国为氏所载，公元前11世纪武王刻胄以后。
Source. It comes from the surname Ji, and is named after the country. According to Yuanha's surname compilation and Tongji. Clan brief. Taking the state as a family is recorded in BC, after King Wu defeated Zhou in the 11th century BC.
周文王第五子叔度分封于蔡国，在今河南省上蔡县西南，称为蔡叔度。武王死后，蔡叔度参与五更叛乱，事败被放逐。叔度之子胡率得训善。
Shidu, the fifth son of King Wen of Zhou dynasty, was entrusted to Kai State, southwest of Shaanxi County, Henan Province today, and was called Kai Shudu. After the death of King Wu, Kai Shudu participated in Wu Geng's rebellion, but was defeated and exiled. Hu, Shudu's son, was virtuous and kind.
周公旦举荐为鲁国卿士，后又复封于蔡，称为蔡仲胡。至蔡平侯时，迁于新蔡，昭侯迁于周来，寿州。春秋后，项城26世，公元前447年为楚国所灭。
Zhou Gongdan recommended him as a minister of the state of Lu, and later he was granted the title of Kai Zhonghu again. When he arrived at Kai Pingho, he moved to Xinsai, and Zhao Ho moved to Zhoulai, Shouzhou. After the spring and autumn period, it was inherited for 26 generations, and was destroyed by the Chu state in 447 BC.
子孙以国名蔡为氏。南北朝时，后周赐蔡氏改姓大里姬，鲜卑族复姓，至隋代复旧。家族名人，蔡伦，东汉贵阳人，字敬仲，颇有才学。
The descendants took the country's name, Kai, as their surname. During the southern and northern dynasties, the Kai family was given the surname Daliji, a compound surname of the Xianbei people, in the later Zhou dynasty, and it was restored to its original name in the Sui dynasty. Family celebrity. Kai Luan. A native of Guiyang in the Eastern Han dynasty, his courtesy name was Jingzhong, and he was quite talented and learned.
汉和时为中常侍，和帝时为中常侍。据说他利用树皮、麻头、破布、渔网等制造纸张，称为蔡侯纸。后因事下狱，自杀身亡。蔡邕132至192，字伯介。
During the Han dynasty, he was a regular servant. During the reign of Emperor He served as a regular attendant. It is said that he used bark, hemp heads, rags, fishing nets, etc. to make paper, called Kaiho paper. Later, he was imprisoned and committed suicide. Kai Yong, 132192. The name is Bo Jia.
东汉陈留人，博学，工词章、天文、竹数、书画、琴艺皆精，创非白书。西平4年，奏定6经文字，以隶书46碑立于太学门外，是为西平十经。后董卓专政。
Chen Luran of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Erudite, Gongsazang, master of astronomy, arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, and musical instruments. He created Fei by Shu. In the 4th year of Shiping, he composed the text of the 6 classics and erected 46 official script tablets outside the gate of Taishue. This is the Sheeping Stone Classic. Later Dong Zhuo came to power.
雷谦为左中郎将，故意称为蔡中郎。卓死，被王允所捕，死于狱中。卓有独断，蔡中郎籍。蔡锷，1882至1916，原名艮银，字松坡，湖南邵阳人。
Lei Qian was promoted to general's Wei Zhonglang, so he was also called Kai Zhonglang. Zhuo died, was arrested by Wang Yun, and died in prison. He is the author of Doujue and Kai Zhonglang collection. Kai E. 18821916. His original name was Zhen Yin, and his courtesy name was Songpa. He was a native of Shaoyang, Hunan.
日本陆军士官学校骑兵科毕业。辛亥革命时为云南都督，后解兵权，居住京师。袁世凯称帝时，前赴云南，首先起兵宣布独立，称护国军，各省响应。
Graduated from the Cavalry Department of the Japanese Army Non-Commissioned Officer School. During the Revolution of 1911, he was the governor of Yunnan. He later liberated his military power and lived in the capital. When Yuan Shikai proclaimed himself emperor, he sneaked to Yunnan and first raised troops to declare independence, calling himself the National Guard Army. All provinces responded.
袁氏之谋遂败，黎元洪继任总统，任蔡锷为四川省督军兼民政长。后因病没于日本东京，编有《曾胡治兵语录》，后人即其作为蔡松坡先生遗集。
Yuan's plan failed. Li Yuanhong succeeded as president and appointed Kai Yi as the governor of Sichuan province and the chief of civil affairs. He later died of illness in Tokyo, Japan. Compiled with quotations from Zheng Hujibing. Later generations compiled it as the posthumous collection of Mr. Kai Songpa.
地望分布：河南兰考县。天，历史来源：田园初，春秋战国时期，田氏即为陈氏。如春秋时，齐国大臣田成子即为陈成子。后来田和取代江。
Geographical distribution. Lanzhou County, Hunan Province. Field. Historical source dash. Tian originates from. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the Tian family became the Qin family. For example, Tian Qingzi, the minister of Qi state in the spring and autumn period, was Qin Qingzi. Later Tianhe replaced Ginger.
是政权，历史上称为田氏代起。又，战国时哲学家田骈亦称陈骈。据《史记·田完世家》及《新唐书·宰相世系表》所载，周初胡公满受封于陈国。
The regime of the Tian family was historically known as Tian family on behalf of Qi. Also, the philosopher Tian Pian during the Warring States period was also known as Qin Pian. According to historical records, Tian Wan family and New Tang Book. Genealogy list of prime ministers, Hu Gongman was granted the title of Qin Gua in the early Zhou dynasty.
在今河南省淮阳县，石氏孙陈立公。生子名完，字敬仲。当时太子玉寇被陈宣公所杀，敬仲畏惧祸及自身，遂逃奔到齐国，食遍于田，改称田氏。
In today's Huaiyang County, Hunan Province, the 10th grandson of Chen Ligong had a son named Wan, named Jingzhong. At that time, the prince's imperial concubine was killed by Chen Xiangong. Jingzhong was afraid of harming himself, so he fled to Qi state, where he ate food in the fields and changed his name to the Tian family.
家族名人，田丹，战国时齐国临淄人，燕公齐下70余城为举，即墨2城未下。即墨守将军又反间计，使燕撤换名将乐毅。
Family celebrity. Tian Dan. A native of Linzi, Qi state during the Warring States period. Yan attacked Qi and captured more than 70 cities, but Zhu and Jima were not captured. Not only did Mo defend the general, but he also counterattacked and made Yan replace the famous general Lu Yi.
用火牛突阵大破燕军，收复其70余城，因功封安平君。田横，前202，秦末狄县人，本齐王田氏族。韩信破齐，横自立为齐王，高登基后。
He used the fire ox to break through the formation and defeated the Yan army, regained more than 70 cities in Qi, and was granted the title of Lord Anping for his merits. Tian Heng, 202 BC. A native of Di County in the late Qin dynasty. Ben Qi Wang Tian clan. Han Xian defeated Qi and established himself as the king of Qi. After Gao ascended the throne.
恒率领从属500人逃至海岛，汉高祖派人招降，恒不愿北面陈氏之，遂自杀。余500人闻横死，亦皆自杀。地望分布：山西代县、河北卢龙县。汉
Heng led 500 of his subordinates to flee to the island. Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty sent people to surrender, but Heng did not want to serve him in the north, so he committed suicide. The remaining 500 people also committed suicide when they heard of Heng's death. Geographical distribution. Dai County, Shaanxi, Lulong County, Hebei. Fan.
历史来源：樊元初，一出自子姓。据《左传》所载，商汤后裔在殷商中期以后，形成了陶、施、樊、姬和钟馗等7大族，称为殷民7族。
Historical source dash. Fan originates from 1. From the surname Z. According to Zhuozhuan, the descendants of Shang Tang formed 7 major tribes, namely Tao, Shi, Fan. Historical source dash. Fan originates from 1. From the surname Z. According to Zhuozhuan, the descendants of Shang Tang formed 7 major tribes, namely Tao, Shi, Fan, Qi, Ji, and Zhongkue after the middle period of Yin and Shang dynasties, which were called 7 tribes of Yin people.
公元前11世纪，周朝初年分封诸侯，分康叔以殷民7族建立魏国。孔门弟子樊迟即为其后。2. 出自姬姓，以义命世。
In the 11th century BC, in the early years of the Zhou dynasty, the feudal lords were divided into feudal lords, and Uncle Kong was divided into 7 tribes of the Yin people to establish the Wei kingdom. Fan Qi, a disciple of Confucius, followed him. 2. From the surname Ji. The surname is named after the city.
见通志士族略以一为氏所载。周文王之子于仲之孙仲，山浦时便于樊邑，称之樊侯。其后有樊氏。家族名人：樊哙，前189。
See General Records. Clan brief. Taking E as a family is recorded. Sun Zhong, a branch of Yu Zhong, the son of King Wen of Zhou dynasty, lived in Shanpu and lived in Fan Yi, so he was called Fan Ho. Later there was the Fan family. Family celebrity. Fan Kuai, 189 BC.
西汉沛县人，少年时以杀狗为业。随刘邦起义，鸿门宴上，项羽欲杀刘邦，樊哙面斥项羽，官至左丞相，因军功封武阳侯。樊于妻，生卒年不详。
A native of Pei County in the Western Han Dynasty. When he was young, he made a career out of killing dogs. Following Liu Bang's uprising, at the Hongmen banquet, Xiang Yu wanted to kill Liu Bang, but Fan Kuai scolded Xiang Yu. He became Prime Minister's Hua and was granted the title of Marquis of Wuyang for his military merits. Fan Yuqi. The year of birth and death is unknown.
战国时秦将避罪于燕，得燕太子丹之庇护，后因荆轲欲替太子丹杀秦王，愿得其首级以入秦，遂自刎而死。地望分布：山西长子县、河南南阳市。
During the Warring States period, a general of Qin fled to Yen and was protected by Prince Dan of Yen. Later, because Jing Ku wanted to kill the king of Qin on behalf of Prince Dan and wanted his head to enter the Qin dynasty, he committed suicide. Geographical distribution. Changzi County, Shaanxi, Nanyang City, Hunan.
胡，历史来源：胡元初。一，出自归姓，以人名为氏。据《元和姓纂》所载，西周初年，舜的后裔胡公满受封于陈国，河南淮阳，后被楚国所灭。
Who? Historical source dash. Who originates from. 1. Comes from the surname, which is named after a person. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames, in the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, Hu Gongman, a descendant of Shun, was granted the title of Chen State, Huaiyang, Hunan, and was destroyed by the Chu state.
其公族四散，有的以先公之名胡为氏。二，出自归姓，以国名为氏。周代有异姓诸侯胡国，在安徽阜阳县，被楚国所灭。齐国人有的以胡为氏。三，
His clans were scattered in various places, and some took the name of their ancestor, Hu, as their surname. Second, comes from the surname Gui, named after the country. In the Zhou dynasty, there was a state of Hu, a prince with a different surname, located in Fuyang County, Anhui Province. Destroyed by Chu state. Some people in his country have Hu as their surname. 3.
为鲜卑族复姓所改。据《魏书官世志》所载，南北朝时，北魏有代北复姓胡古氏，为魏献帝之兄的姓氏，随魏孝文帝南迁洛阳后，定居中原。
It was changed to the compound surname of the Xianbei people. According to Book of Wei. According to Guan Shiji, during the northern and southern dynasties, there was a generation in the northern Wei dynasty whose surname was Hu Gu, the surname of the brother of Emperor Xian of Wei, who moved south to Luoyang with Emperor Xiaowen of Wei and settled in the Central Plains.
代为汉姓胡氏。此据《周书·李远传》所载，敕勒有胡姓。家族名人：胡安国 （1074 至1138），字康侯，建宁崇安人，宋经学家。
The Han surname is Hu. 4. According to Book of Zhou. According to the biography of Li Yuan, Chile had the surname Hu. Family celebrity. Huan State, 10741138. His courtesy name was Kang Ho, a native of Chong'an, Jianing, and a scholar of the Song dynasty.
官至中书舍人兼侍讲。王安石废弃春秋，安国以为其乃先圣传心之要典，故仍潜心研究20年。是文定，着有《春秋传》《资治通鉴》举要补遗等。
When the official reached Zhongshu, he served as a lecturer and lecturer. Wang Engshi abandoned the spring and autumn annals, but Anguo believed that it was an important text passed down by the ancestors, so he continued to study it for 20 years. The posthumous title was decided. He is the author of Chuanxiu Zhuan, Ziji Tongjian Jiao Supplement, etc.
地望分布：甘肃安定郡、河南新蔡郡。陵，历史来源：陵元初，出自姬姓，以官为氏。据《通志·氏族略》以官为氏所载。
Geographical distribution: Anding County, Gansu Province, and Xinsai County, Henan Province. Ling. Historical source dash. Ling originates from. It comes from the surname Ji, with Guan as the surname. According to General Chronicles. Clan brief. Contained in Taking Officials as Clan.
周代设陵人之职，为周礼天，官之属，长贮藏兵陵。同武王之弟康叔有之庶子，世代担任陵人一职，其后有陵氏。家族名人，陵童。
In the Zhou dynasty, the position of Ling Ren was established, which was Zhou Litian, a subordinate of the official, and was responsible for storing ice. Kang Shu, the younger brother of King Tungu, had a concubine who held the position of Ling Ren for generations, and then there was the Ling family. Family celebrity. Ling Tong.
三国时，吴国有凌统，字公季，余杭人，是孙权为偏将军，亲贤皆士，轻财重义，有国士之风，人称江表虎臣。江表指长江以南地区。地望分布。
During the Three Kingdoms period, the state of Wu had Ling Tong, named Gongji, who was from Yuhang, served Sun Quan as a partial general. The virtuous relatives take over the scholars, and wealth is valued more than righteousness. This is the style of a national scholar. People call Jiang Biao Huchen. Jiang Biao refers to the area south of the Yangtze River. Geographical distribution.
河北河间县，辽宁渤海湾沿岸。或，历史来源：或元初，出自姬姓，以国名为氏。据《元和姓纂》及《广运》所载，公元前11世纪周朝初年。
Hejian County, Hebei Province, along the coast of Bohai Bay, Liaoning Province. Hua. Historical source dash. Hua originates from. It comes from the surname Ji and takes the name of the country. According to Yuanhe's surname compilation and Guangyun, the 11th century BC, the early years of the Zhou dynasty.
文王第六子叔处受封于霍国，在今山西省霍县。其时，霍叔与管叔、蔡叔共同监管殷商移民，称为三监。周成王时，武庚伙同霍叔等叛乱平息以后，
The sixth uncle of King Wan was granted the title of Huogua, in today's Hua County, Shaanxi Province. At that time, Uncle Hua, Uncle Guan, and Uncle Kai jointly supervised the survivors of the Yin and Shang dynasties, known as the Three Supervisors. During the reign of King Cheng of Zhou dynasty, Wu Geng and Hua Shu and others rebelled.
霍叔将为庶人，霍国后裔，以国名霍为氏，家族名人。霍去病，公元前140前117年，为一代名将。18岁任侍中，6次出击匈奴。
Uncle Hua was demoted to a commoner. Descendants of the Hua state take the country's name, Hua, as their surname. Family celebrity. Hua Zubing, 140 BC, 117 BC. For a generation of famous generals. At the age of 18, he was appointed as a servant. Attacked the Huns 6 times.
穿沙漠，远征至狼居胥山，官至骠骑将军，封冠军侯。霍元甲，地望分部，山西太原、四川成都。禹，历史来源：禹元初，出自归姓，以国名为氏。
Crossed the desert and expedition to Langjuxa Mountain. He rose to the rank of Hussar General and was awarded the title of Champion Marquis. Fearless. Geographical distribution. Taiyuan, Shaanxi, Chengdu, Sichuan. U. Historical source dash. U originates from. 1. Comes from the surname Gui. Named after the country.
据广乐所载，传说顺子商君受封于虞国，在今河南省虞城县，其后有虞氏。2. 出自姬姓，以国名为氏。西周初年，周武王封仲雍的庶孙于虞国。
According to Guangyun, it is said that Shunzi Shangjuan was granted the title of Yu State, in today's Yucheng County, Hunan Province, and after him, there was the Yu family. 2. Comes from the surname Ji, taking the name of the country. In the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, King Wu of Zhou granted Zhongyong's concubine and grandson the title of Yu State. According to Guangyun, it is said that Shunzi Shangjuan was granted the title of Yu State, in today's Yucheng County, Hunan Province, and after him, there was the Yu family. 2. Comes from the surname Ji, taking the name of the country. In the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, King Wu of Zhou granted Zhongyong's concubine and grandson the title of Yu State.
在今山西省平陆县北，春秋时虞国被晋国所灭，其后亦有虞氏。家族名人：虞姬，地望分部，河南开封、江苏苏州、河南兰考。1. 历史来源 1.
In the north of present-day Pingla County, Shaanxi Province, the state of Yu was destroyed by the state of Jin during the spring and autumn period. Later there was also the Yu family. Family celebrity. Yu. Geographical distribution. Kaifeng, Hunan, Suzhou, Jiangsu, Lankao, Hunan. 10,000. Historical source dash. 10,000.
元初，出白姬姓，以王父字为氏。据《万姓同谱》所载，西周初年，芮伯受封于芮，在今山西省芮城县，其后有芮伯万之孙以王父、祖父、侄子万为氏。
Source 1. Give the surname by G. Take Wang Fu's surname as his surname. According to the genealogy of Wan's surnames, in the early years of the Western Zhou dynasty, Rui Bo was granted the title of Rui, in today's Ruicheng County, Shaanxi Province, followed by Rui Bo Wan, whose descendants were named Wang Fu, grandfather, Wan.
亦出自姬姓，以王父字为氏。 春秋时，晋国大夫毕万为毕公高之后，魏国始祖，其之孙以王父字万为氏。南北朝时，鲜卑族复姓所改。
Also comes from the surname Ji. Take Wang Fu's surname as his surname. During the spring and autumn period, Bai Wan, a senior official of the Jin state, was the founder of the Wei state after Bai Gonggao. His descendants took Wang's father's surname, Wan, as their surname. During the southern and northern dynasties, the Xianbei people changed their surnames.
代北复姓土万氏，万纽于氏，改为汉姓万氏。家族名人，万修，字君游，东汉茂陵人。更始年间，公元23、25年，任信都令、营光武帝、拜偏将军。
On behalf of the North, the surname Tuan was restored. The Wanyu family was changed to the Han surname Wan family. Family celebrity. Wanxiu. Zi Junyu. A native of Maoling in the Eastern Han dynasty. During the Gingshi period, AD 23 to -25, he accepted the capital order, welcomed Emperor Guangwu, and paid homage to the partial general.
平河北因供封怀里侯，为云台28将之一。万文胜，宋代宁国人，倜傥有大志，累官至福州观察使总殿前诸军。宋理宗。
Pinghebei, he was granted the title of Marquis of Huili for his meritorious service and became one of the 28 generals of Yuntai. Wan Wensheng. A native of Ningguo in the Song dynasty, he was suave and ambitious. He went to Fuzhou to observe the troops in front of the envoy's headquarters. Song Lizong.
公元1225至1264年在位，以非白体书写中12字赐之。地望分布：陕西省长安、河南省洛阳市。志。历史来源：至元初。
Reign 1225 to 1264 AD, wrote the word loyalty in Feibai style and gave it to him. Geographical distribution: Chang'an, Shaanxi Province, Luoyang City, Hunan Province dash. Branch. Historical source dash. Branch originates from.
据古今姓氏书辨证云，其先月之胡人，后为氏。汉代月支即为月支，后分为大月支与小月氏。古代月支国人来中国定居，有的就以之为氏。
According to the ancient and modern surname book differentiation, it is said that he was a Hu person in Yuezhi first, and then became a surname. In the Han dynasty, the Moon branch was the Yuezhi, and later it was divided into the Greater Yuezhi and the Little Yuezhi. In ancient times, people from the Yuezhi people came to China to settle down, and some of them took Ji as their surname.
家族名人：知书才，唐代定州人。隋末荒锦，夜盖石野中，母为贼直，书才告以情，贼悯其孝，为解父。智烈，明代嘉兴人，姓至孝，官翰林孔目。
Family celebrity: Ji Shukai. A native of Dingzhou in the Tang dynasty. In the famine at the end of the Sui dynasty, when beggars were eating in the wild at night, my mother was held by a thief, so my uncle expressed her love for her. The thief showed her piety and wanted to free her from her bondage. Support: A native of Jiaxing in the Ming dynasty, he had a filial nature and was an official in the Han dynasty.
注重根本，精于经学，人称之五经。智顿，公元314至366年，字道林， 晋代陈留郡人，家世是佛，隐居于杭山，深思道恒，世称之公灵公。之谦
Paying attention to the fundamentals and being proficient in classics, he is known as the 5 classics of branches. Shiduan. AD 314 to 366, named Dao Lin, was a native of Chenlu County in the Jin dynasty. His family was devoted to Buddhism, and he lived in seclusion in Yuhang Mountain, meditating deeply on Taoism. He was known as Zhi Gong and Lin Gong in the world. Zhi Qian.
字公明，汉末高僧，越之国人，通汉语梵语。孙权重其才，拜为博士。谦受业余之量，量受业余之称，人称天下博者，不出3之。帝王分布
Gong Ming, courtesy name, was an eminent monk in the late Han dynasty and a native of the Yuezhi country. He was fluent in Chinese and Sanskrit. Sun Quan valued his talent and worshipped him as a doctor. Qian receives his karma from the bright branch, and his bright karma comes from the prophecy. He is said to be a great master in the world, and he does not have 3 branches. Geographical distribution.
山东省东南部诸城、临沂、胶南一带，陕西省合阳县。科历史来源：科原初，一出自姬姓，以名为氏。据《广韵》所载，春秋时吴国有公子名科卢。
Zhucheng, Lini, and Jianan areas in southeastern Shandong Province and Heiyang County in Shaanxi Province. Ku. Historical source dash. Ku origin. 1. Comes from the surname Ji. Named as surname. According to the Guangyun, in the spring and autumn period, there was a prince named Ku Lu in the state of Wu.
其后遂有科氏。2. 古代北方少数民族羌族和鲜卑族皆有科氏。据《魏书·官氏志》所载，南北朝时北魏有复姓科拔氏。
Then there was Kushur. 2. In ancient times, both the Chang and Xinbei ethnic minorities in the north had the Ku family. According to Wei Shuv Guan Shiji, during the southern and northern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had a compound surname of Keba.
进入中原后改为汉姓科氏，家族名人。科鄂，宋代南安人，进士出身，官员外郎。太平兴国年间，公元976至983年，寓意僧人，同往万岁山。
After entering the Central Plains, he changed his surname to Ku. Family celebrity. Kekalix. A native of Nannan in the Song dynasty. He was a jinshi and an official. During the Taiping and Xingui years, AD 976 to 983, I met a monk and went to Long Live Mountain with him.
僧人执一古松，觉得一旦传，乃保公记述帝王之位的文章，缠绵悠长。柯崇，唐朝人。光化年间，公元898至900年，进士，同榜有曹嵩等5人。
The monk pointed to an ancient pine tree and dug up a stone seal, which was a long and lingering article written by Bao Gong describing the throne of the emperor. Kuchong. People from Tang dynasty. During the Guanghua period, AD 898 to 900, there were 5 other Jinshi scholars, including Chao Song.
皆年高70余，10号5老榜。柯英烈，宋代人，有孝行。公吏部欲强迫其做官，其母曰：“我家世代靠学问而发迹，为何旁求另有所为呢？” 遂回绝。
They were all in their 70s, and were known as the Five Lao Bang at that time. Kuing Lai. People in the Song dynasty practiced filial piety. Gong's officials wanted to force him to become an official, but his mother said, "My family has relied on learning for generations to make a fortune, why should we seek something else?" So she refused.
地网分布：河南省兰考县、浙江省杭州市、山东省临淄。但历史来源：赞元初，一出自姬姓，以名为氏。据《广韵》所载。
Geographical distribution: Lanzhou County, Henan Province, Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province, Linzi, Shandong Province. Zan. Historical source dash. Originates from 1. Comes from the surname Ji. Named as surname. According to Guangyun.
春秋时，吴国有公子名科卢，其后遂有科氏。二，古代北方少数民族羌族和鲜卑族皆有科氏。据《魏书·官氏志》所载。
In the spring and autumn period, there was a son named Kulu in the state of Wu, and later there was the Ku family. 2. In ancient times, both the Chang and Xinbei ethnic minorities in the north had the Ku family. According to Book of Wei Guanshi Ji.
南北朝时，北魏有复姓科拔氏，进入中原后改为汉姓科氏。家族名人：柯鄂，宋代南安人，进士出身，官员外郎。太平兴国年间，公元976。
During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had the compound surname Kuba. After entering the Central Plains, it was changed to the Han surname Ku. Family celebrity: Kekalix. A native of Nannan in the Song dynasty. He was a jinsher and an official. During the Taiping and Xinhua period, 976.
983年，寓意僧人同往万岁山，僧人指一古松，觉得一旦传，乃保公记述帝王之位的文章，缠绵悠长。柯冲，唐朝人，光化年间，公元898。
In the year 983, he met a monk and went to Long Live Mountain with him. The monk pointed to an ancient pine tree and dug up a stone seal. It was Baogong's long and lingering article describing the throne of the emperor. Kuchong. People from Tang Dynasty. Guanghua period, AD 898.
900年，进士同榜有曹嵩等5人，皆年高70余，时号五老榜。柯英烈，宋代人，有孝行。公吏部欲强迫其做官，其母曰：“我家世代靠学问而发迹。”
900, Chao Song and other 5 people were on the same list, all of whom were more than 70 years old, and they were called Five Lao Bang at that time. Kuing Lai. People in the Song dynasty practiced filial piety. When Gong's officials wanted to force him to become an official, his mother said, "My family has relied on learning to make a fortune for generations."
为何庞求另有所为呢？遂回绝。地网分布：河南省兰考县、浙江省杭州市、山东省临淄。段历史来源：管元初，一出自姬姓，以名为氏。
Why do you ask for something else? So he refused. Dash. Distribution of Diwan dash. Lanzhou County, Henan Province, Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province, Linzi, Shandong Province dash. Guan dash. Historical source dash. The origin of Guan. 1. Comes from the surname Ji. Named as surname.
据广韵所载，春秋时吴国有公子名科卢，其后遂有科氏。2. 古代北方少数民族羌族和鲜卑族皆有科氏。据魏书《官世志》所载。
According to the Guangyun, in the spring and autumn period, there was a son named Kulu in the state of Wu, and later there was a Ku family. 2. In ancient times, both the Chong and Xinbei ethnic minorities in the north had the Ku family. According to Book of Wei Guan Shiji.
南北朝时，北魏有复姓柯拔氏，进入中原后改为汉姓柯氏。家族名人，柯鄂，宋代南安人，进士出身，官员外郎。太平兴国年间，公元976。
During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had the compound surname Kuba. After entering the Central Plains, it was changed to the Han surname Ku. Family celebrity. Kekalix. A native of Nannan in the Song dynasty. He was a jinshi and an official. During the Taiping and Xinhua period, 976.
983年，寓意僧人同往万岁山，僧人指一古松，觉得一旦传，乃保公记述帝王之位的文章，缠绵悠长。柯冲，唐朝人，光化年间，公元898。
In the year 983, he met a monk and went to Long Live Mountain with him. The monk pointed to an ancient pine tree and dug up a stone seal. It was Baogong's long and lingering article describing the throne of the emperor. Kuchong. People from Tang Dynasty. Guanghua period, AD 898.
900年，进士同榜有曹嵩等5人，皆年高70余，时号五老榜。柯英烈，宋代人，有孝行。公吏部欲强迫其做官，其母曰：“我家世代靠学问而发迹。”
900, Chao Song and other 5 people were on the same list, all of whom were more than 70 years old, and they were called 5 Laobang at that time. Kuing Lai. People in the Song dynasty practiced filial piety. When Gong's officials wanted to force him to become an official, his mother said, "My family has relied on learning to make a fortune for generations."
为何旁求另有所为呢？遂回绝。地望分布：河南省兰考县、浙江省杭州市、山东省临淄。历史来源：卢元初。1. 楚子姜姓，以艺名为氏。
Why do you ask for something else? So he refused. Distribution of Diwan. Lancao County, Hunan Province, Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province, Linzi, Shandong Province. Lu. Historical origin. The origin of Lu. 1. Comes from the surname Jiang and is named after the city.
春秋时期，齐国文公子名高，始采于卢邑，山东长清县，其后人以卢为氏。2. 以国为氏。据《风俗通义》所载，古卢子国，后有卢氏。
During the spring and autumn period, Duke Wen of Qi was named Gao, and he lived in Luyi, Chongqing County, Shandong Province. His descendants took Lu as their surname. 2nd, take the country as your surname. According to customs, the ancient Luzi kingdom was followed by the Lu family.
通志氏族略以国为氏所载，卢氏亦作卢，卢子及离之后。3. 为南北朝时鲜卑族复姓所改。魏书官氏志云：北魏莫卢氏，改为卢氏。
General Chronicles. Clan Brief. According to Taking the Country as a Clan, the Lu family is also called Lu, after Luzi Ji. Third, was changed from the compound surname of the Xinbei people in the southern and northern dynasties. Book of Wei. Guanshi Ji says, Molu's family in the northern Wei dynasty was changed to Lu.
后去草头改为卢氏，土福卢氏亦改为卢氏。家族名人：卢植192，字子干，汉末涿郡人，通古今之学，好学而不墨守成规，被称为海内大儒。
Later, the name of Chaotu was changed to Lu. The name of Tufulu was also changed to Lu. Family celebrity. Lu Ji, 192. Zi Qian, a native of Zhuojuan in the late Han Dynasty. He is familiar with ancient and modern learning, loves to learn and does not stick to conventions, so he is called a great Confucian in China.
卢照邻636至695，初唐范阳人，字生之，博学能文，与王勃、杨志、骆宾王齐名，世称初唐四杰。着有卢生之籍。地望分布：河北范阳郡。
Lu Zhaolin, 636-695. Born in Fanyang in the early Tang dynasty, his courtesy name was Xingji. Erudite and capable of writing, he is as famous as Wang Bo, Yang Zhen, and Luo Bin, and is known as the Four Heroes of the early Tang dynasty. The author of Lu Xing's collection. Geographical distribution. Fanyang County, Hebei Province.
河南固丘郡。末。历史来源：源流一。颛顼号称高阳氏，后分言有8个氏族，活动中心在地丘一带，今河南濮阳，曾在夺权斗争中击败共工氏。
Guqiu County, Henan Province. M.O. Historical source dash. Origin and flow dash. Zhuanqiu was known as the Gaoyang clan, and later divided into 8 clans. The center of activity was in the Diqiu area, today's Puyang, Henan. He once defeated the Gonggang clan in the struggle for power.
颛顼重视人事治理，努力发展农业，曾命难正重，火正离绝天地通，实行人神分职，标志着原始宗教向神权的过渡。
Zhuanqiu attached great importance to personnel management and worked hard to develop agriculture. He once ordered Nan Jingzhong and Hua Jingli to complete the connection between heaven and earth, and implement the separation of duties between humans and gods, marking the transition from primitive religion to theocracy.
据史籍《三郡记》和《姓氏考略》记载，上古帝颛顼造茂阳城，今河北任丘、平乡一带，其支庶子孙定居于茂阳城，后人取意为莫，以地名为姓氏。
According to the historical records of 3 counties, and a survey of surnames, the ancient Emperor Zhuanqiu built the city of Wuyang, in the area of Rinqiu and Pingxiang in today's Hebei province, and his descendants settled in the city. Later generations went to E, for Mo, is a surname based on the place name.
世代称末氏至今，史称末氏正宗。末氏族人皆奉颛顼为末氏的德姓始祖。源流二，源于芈姓，出自春秋时期楚国莫敖之官职。
It has been called Mo's family for generations to this day, and it has been called the authentic Mo's family in history. Everyone in the Mo clan regards Xuanxu as the ancestor of the Mo clan. Source 2. The surname Mi comes from the official position of Moao of Chu State during the spring and autumn period.
属于以官职称谓为氏。芈姓为祝融八姓之一，亦出自颛顼。其后裔在西周初期建有芈姓大国，即荆国，后改称楚国。据宋真宗大中祥符元年。
The surname is based on the official title. The surname Mi is one of the 8 surnames of Zhu Rong, and also comes from Zhuangsu. His descendants founded a large country with the surname Mi in the early Western Zhou dynasty, namely the Jing Kingdom, which was later renamed the Chu Kingdom. According to the first year of Dazhong Xiangfu, Zhenzong of the Song dynasty.
公元1008年，由陈鹏年、邱庸等奉旨在前代运输的基础上编修而成的典籍《大宋重修广运》中记载，春秋时期楚国有莫敖之职，亦称莫萧。
1008 AD, it is recorded in the classic, The Great Song Dynasty Revisiting Guanyin, compiled by Chen Pengnian, Qiu Yong, and others on the basis of the rhyme books of the previous generation. During the spring and autumn period, the Chu state held the post of Moao, also known as Mo Shao.
是与令尹地位相同的官职，并行执掌楚国之国政。在史籍《淮南子·修务训》中则称莫敖为莫萧，指出其原为楚国最高行政官职。卷
It is an official position with the same status as Ling Yin, and is in charge of the national affairs of Chu state. In the historical book Huainanzi Xiuwu Sun, Moao is called Mo Shao, pointing out that he was originally the highest administrative official in Chu state, military.
正两是一把抓。到楚武王熊通开始称王时，莫敖之职仍然存在。后来楚武王嫌其官位太重，改以令尹为重臣，与莫敖相互制约。
Grasp both political and political issues. When King Wu of Chu Xiongtong began to claim the throne, Moao's position still existed. Later King Wu of Chu felt that his official position was too important, so he appointed Ling Yin as an important minister to restrict each other with Moao.
在史籍《左传》的记载中，以令尹与莫敖并提，当处于同等地位。楚武王以后的出国历代君主将莫敖废止不偿。
In the records of the historical book, Zhuan, Ling Yin and Moao are mentioned together, and they should be in the same status. After King Wu of Chu, successive monarchs who went abroad deposed Moao.
后来在史籍《左传》襄公15年中继续楚国封官之事时，列莫敖于令尹、右尹、大司马、右司马、左司马之后，说明莫敖的地位逐渐降低。
Later, when the historical record Zhuan, the 15th year of Duke Xiang, recorded the appointment of officials in the Chu state, Moao was listed after Ling Yin, Yu Yin, Decima, Usima, and Zwasima, indicating that Moao's status gradually declined.
今学者杨伯峻在《春秋左传注》中称莫敖本相当于大司马，后降至左司马之下。其后世子孙中有以官职称谓为姓氏者，称莫氏，世代相传至今。
Modern scholar Yang Bojun said in Zhuan annotation of the spring and autumn period that Moao was originally equivalent to the Great Sima, and later fell below Zwasima. Among his descendants, those who took their official title as their surname were called the Mo family, which has been passed down from generation to generation to this day.
著名的屈原家族便是居此官职。 故末氏也有一部分是由屈氏的分支改姓而形成的。源流3，源于归姓，出自上古圣君虞舜之祖墓。
The famous Chu Yuan family has occupied this official position for generations, so part of the Mo family is formed by changing the surname of a branch of the Chu family. Origin 3. Derived from the surname Gui, it comes from the ancestral home of the ancient sage Yushun.
属于避难改姓为氏。据史籍《通志·氏族略》记载，墨字及木字的省文望出巨鹿郡、江陵郡。木乃是上古圣君虞舜之祖，墨氏和木氏同宗同源。
Changed surname to surname due to asylum. According to the historical record Tongji Clan Briefing, the character Mo is the provincial character of the curtain character, looking out to Julu County in Jiangling County. Mu is the ancestor of the ancient sage Yushun. The Mo family and the Mu family have the same origin.
该之末氏只是木氏的简笔形式，后族人有为避战乱之难去，今取谐音字末为氏，世代相传至今。源流4，源于茂姓，属于以居易名称简笔为氏。
The Mo clan is just a simplified form of the Mu clan. In order to avoid the danger of war, later generations of the clan took the homophonic word Mo as their clan name, and it has been passed down from generation to this day. Source 4. Derived from the surname Min, it is a surname based on the name of the city in Simple Chinese.
该之末氏起源于汉朝时期河北茂州。茂氏出州宣王姬靖，将其次子姬望封赐于茂州，今河北平乡、任县、晋县一带。其后裔子孙因地为姓氏，称茂氏。
This branch of the Mo family originated from Maozhou, Hebei province during the Han dynasty. The Min clan came from Jiging, King Xian of Zhou dynasty, and granted his second son Ji Wang to Minzhou, today's Pingxiang, Renxian, and Jingxian areas in Hebei province. His descendants took their surnames from the place and called them the Min clan.
姬望的后裔传至第21世孙茂镇阳，姬镇阳因功在汉室，于汉高祖刘邦7年（公元前200年）授其为直阁郎。汉高祖还特赐改其姓为墨。
The descendants of Ji Wang passed down to the 21st generation son Zhenyang, Ji Zhenyang. Due to his meritorious service, he was in the Han dynasty. In the 7th year of Liu Bang, 200 BC, the emperor of the Han dynasty, he was awarded the title of Ji Zhelang. The emperor of the Han dynasty also gave him a special gift to change his surname. Why not?
此后称莫镇阳，成为该支末氏始祖。源流5，源于匈奴族，出自南北朝时期匈奴贺兰部莫和服，属于以官职称谓汉化为氏。
He was later called Mo Zhenyang and became the ancestor of the Mo family. Origin 5. Originating from the Xiongnu tribe, Mohefu of the Helan tribe of the Xiongnu during the northern and southern dynasties, is a surname based on the official title of Han dynasty.
匈奴贺兰部首领称谓中有莫和服，莫和服乃古匈奴与复仇之称，这在《隋书侍卫传》中有记载，每不至莫和服以2字。莫和服有世袭的惯例。
Among the titles of the leaders of the Helan tribe of the Xiongnu were Mohefu. Mohefu is the name of deputy chieftain in ancient Xiongnu language. This is recorded in Book of Sui Dynasty, Biography of Shirwei, that Mohefu is placed in each department as a second officer. Mohefu has a hereditary practice.
在莫和服的后裔子孙中，有以先祖官职称谓为姓氏者，称莫和服氏；后汉化省文为单姓莫氏，逐渐融合于汉族，世代相传至今。源流料
Among the descendants of Mohefu, there are those who take the official title of their ancestors as their surname, and they are called Mohefu. After the Hanization of provincial culture, they became the single surname Mo, which was gradually integrated into the Han nationality and has been passed down from generation to this day. Origin 6.
源于党项族，属于汉化改姓为氏。唐五代之后建立西夏王朝的党须族，其中有以单字汉姓莫为氏者，后融入汉族，世代相传至今。源流期
Originating from the Dangxiang tribe, the surname was changed to a surname in Chinese style. After the Tang and 5 dynasties, the Dangshu tribe established the Xixia dynasty. Among them, there were those with a single Chinese surname named Mo. They later integrated into the Han nationality and have been passed down from generation to this day. Origin 7.
源于鲜卑族，出自南北朝时期鲜卑拓跋部，属于汉化改姓为氏。据史籍《魏书·官氏志》记载，南北朝时期北魏孝文帝拓跋宏、元宏。
Originating from the Xianbei tribe, it comes from the Tuoba tribe of Xianbei during the northern and southern dynasties. It is a Sinicized surname. According to the historical book Wei Shu Guanshi Ji, during the southern and northern dynasties, Emperor Xiaowen of the northern Wei dynasty Tuoba Hong, Yuan Hong.
在太和19至20年，公元495至496年迁都洛阳之后，大力深化推行汉化改革政策，将鲜卑拓跋部中原复姓型莫氏、莫那楼氏、莫蛇氏等部落。
After the capital was moved to Luoyang in the 19th and 20th years of Taiha, AD 495 to 496, the Sinicization reform policy was vigorously deepened and the Xianbei Tuoba tribe was restored to the Central Plains with surnames such as Xingma, Monalu, Maja, and other tribes.
均改汉姓为莫氏，其后东湖分支中的如民族、丁零、铁勒中亦有改汉姓为莫氏者。源流8，源于库莫西族，出自金国时期库莫西部族。
All changed their Han surnames to Mos, and later some of the Weiwei people, Dingling and Tiela, in the Donghu branch also changed their Han surnames to Mos. 8 Origins. Originated from the Kamoxi tribe during the Jin Kingdom.
属于汉化改姓为氏。据信息中特别说明，库莫西族有莫氏。库莫西族这一名称始见于北魏登国3年，公元388年，这一称号的出现。
It belongs to Chinese culture and the surname is changed to surname. According to the special explanation in Surname Ji, the Kamoxi clan has the Mo family. The name Kamoxi clan first appeared in the 3rd year of the Northern Wei dynasty, 388 AD.
实际上是在公元4世纪中叶，鲜卑语文部被慕容晃攻破后不久，自此以后，史书对库莫西族就有了不间断的记载。
In fact, it was not long after the Xianbei Yuan tribe was conquered by Murong Hui in the middle of the 4th century AD. Since then, there have been uninterrupted records of the Kamoxi people in history books.
直到公元13世纪以后，才不见其名，前后存在近1000年。库莫西一词是鲜卑语音译，汉译沙、沙砾、沙漠。从含义揣测
Its name was not seen until after the 13th century AD, and it existed for nearly 1,000 years. The word Kamoxi is the transliteration of Xianbei, and the Han dynasty means sand, sand grain, desert. Infer from the meaning.
这一族称当因其境内多沙漠而得名。公元6世纪下半叶的隋朝时期，省去库墨，单称西，此后单一的西字成了族称。在金国末期居住东北地区的
This tribe got its name from the deserts in its territory. During the Sui dynasty in the second half of the 6th century AD, Kumo was omitted and simply called Shi. After that, the single word Shi became the clan name. Those who lived in the northeast during the late Jin Kingdom.
又有相当一部分族人融入了蒙古族、满族、锡伯族等少数民族中，其中满族的木骑士及库莫西氏族后裔，满语为 Mukhihala。
A considerable number of ethnic groups have integrated into the Mongolian, Manchu, Shibwa, and other ethnic minorities. Among them, the Manchu Muji clan is a descendant of the Kamoxi clan, and is called Mukhihala in Manchu.
世居鄂莫和索罗，后多冠汉姓为莫氏、穆氏等。源流角，源于蒙古族，出自辽国时期的契丹乃蛮部，属于汉化改姓为氏。
He lived in Imo and Suolawa for generations, and later had many Chinese surnames, including Imo, Mu, etc. Origin 9. Originating from the Mongolian people, they came from the Khitan tribe in the Liao dynasty. They were changed to surnames in the Han dynasty.
据史籍《清朝通志·氏族略》蒙古八旗姓记载，蒙古族奈曼氏，亦称纳莫氏，满语为 Naiman Hala， 源于辽国时期契丹乃蛮部。
According to the historical book General Chronicles of the Qing Dynasty, Clan Briefing, and Surnames of the 8 Banners of Mongolia, The Mongolian Naiman clan, also known as the Namo clan, is Naiman and Hala in Manchu. It originated from the Khitan Naiman tribe during the Liao dynasty.
以部为氏，后在元朝初期融为内扎萨克蒙古奈曼部，世居敖汉，今内蒙古赤峰敖汉旗、乌鲁特，今内蒙古东南部兴安盟地区，所冠汉姓即为莫氏。
They took the tribe as their surname, and later merged into the Nizasak Mongol Naiman tribe in the early Yuan dynasty. They lived in Ayahan, now Ayahan Banner, Chifeng, Inner Mongolia, and Wulat, now Xing'an League area in southeastern Inner Mongolia, and their surnames were Chinese. That is Mos.
源流时，源于满族，属于汉化改姓为氏。据史籍《清朝通志·氏族略》满洲八旗姓记载，一满族图门氏，亦称图莫图氏，满语为突曼。
Origin 10. Originating from the Manchu people, the surname was changed to a surname in Han Chinese style. According to the historical book General Chronicles of the Qing Dynasty, Clan Briefing, Surnames of the 8 Banners of Manchuria, The Manchu Tumun clan, also known as the Tumo Tu clan, is Tumun in Manchu.
哈拉，汉译万，满族最古老的姓氏，源于唐朝末期女真通用30姓之一的陀曼，以及金国旧部陀满，以部为氏，世居乌拉，今吉林永吉。
Hala, meaning one in Chinese, is the oldest surname of the Manchu people. It originated from Tumen, one of the 30 universal surnames of the Jurchens in the late Tang dynasty, and Tumen from the old tribe of the Jin kingdom. He took the tribe as his surname and lived in Wula for generations. Today's Yongji, Jilin.
后多冠汉姓为万氏、图氏、门氏、莫氏等。二、满族芒果氏，满语为 mango、hala， 姓氏，亦称蒙棍氏，世居乌拉，今吉林永吉，所冠汉姓为莫氏。
Later, many Chinese surnames were added to the family: Wan, Tu, Men, Mo, etc. The Mangua family of the Manchu people, whose surname is Mango and Hala in Manchu, is also called the Mengun family. They lived in Wula, today's Yongji, Jilin, and their Chinese surnames are Mo.
白氏。三、满族莫勒特氏，满语为 Mor、Hala， 亦称莫律氏，世居叶赫，今吉林梨树。后改汉姓为莫氏、梅氏、莫氏。四、满族舒木里氏。
By family. The Manchu clan Moret, whose Manchu name is Mor, Hala, is also called the Moa clan. He lived in Yeha, now Lishu, Jilin, for a long time. Later, the Chinese surnames were changed to Mo, Mei, and Mo. Manchu Shumulili clan.
亦称苏某利氏，满语为 Samyuri Hala， 世居海兰木，今黑龙江院辉黑河镇对岸海兰抛萨尔毕图。
Also known as the Samyuri family, Samyuri and Hala in Manchu, he lived in Helanmu, now Helanpa on the other side of Heha town, Yuanhui, Heilongjiang, Salbatu.
今内蒙古莫力达瓦达斡尔族自治旗与鄂伦春自治旗交界处诺敏河中游，后多冠汉姓为莫氏、舒氏。源流11，源于达斡尔族。
The middle reaches of the Nuamin River at the junction of the Dor Autonomous Banner and the Orokan Autonomous Banner in present-day Melitawa, Inner Mongolia. Later, many Han surnames were named Mo and Shu. Origin 11. Originated from the Dor ethnic group.
属于汉化改姓为氏。据史籍《黑龙江志稿》清朝通志氏族略满洲八旗姓记载：一、达斡尔族莫尔登氏，亦称孟尔丁氏、孟尔的殷氏。
It belongs to Chinese culture and the surname is changed to surname. According to the historical records, Heilongjiang Chronicles, and General Chronicles of the Qing Dynasty clan brief surnames of the 8 banners of Manchuria. The Maldan clan of the Dor nationality, also known as the Mengerding clan, Mengers-in clan.
莫尔丹氏、莫塔哈利氏，满语为 Mordin Hala， 世居黑龙江布特哈地方。今嫩江流域和大小兴安岭，后多冠汉姓为莫氏、孟氏、苍氏。二、
The Morden and Motahari surnames, known as Mordin and Hala in Manchu, lived in the Butha area of Heilongjiang province, now the Nen River basin and the Greater and Lesser Xing'an Mountains. Later, they had many Chinese surnames, Mo, Meng, and Sang.
达斡尔族莫勒哲律氏，亦称莫尔哲勒氏，满语为 Maushara Hala， 汉译用刀复仇，世居松花江、黑龙江、巴林，今黑龙江伯利。
The Maldra family of the Dor ethnic group, also known as the Maldra family, is known as Maldra in Manchu, Hala, which in Chinese means revenge with a knife. They lived in Songhuajiang, Heilongjiang, and Bahrain, now Boli, Heilongjiang.
俄罗斯哈布罗夫斯克，白石，今黑龙江牡丹江镜泊湖、阿木达，今黑龙江哈尔滨山燕窝河等地，后多冠汉姓为孟氏、曹氏、莫氏等。源流12。
Khabrovsk, Russia, Baishur, now Jinghua Lake in Mudanjiang, Heilongjiang, Amuda, now Shanyinwo, Harbin, Heilongjiang, etc. Later, Many Chinese surnames were named Meng, Chao, Mo, etc. Origin 12.
源于布依族，属于汉化改姓为氏。在西南地区的少数民族布依族中，有以莫为姓氏者。贵州独山人莫雨绸、莫有之、莫廷之三父子皆为布依族人。
Originating from the Bai ethnic group, the surname was changed to a surname in Han culture. Among the Bai ethnic minority in southwest China, there are people with Mo as their surname. The three fathers and sons, Mo Yutsua, Mo Yoji, and Mo Tingji, who are natives of Dushan, Guizhou, are all Bai people.
该莫氏族人所建立的影山文化学派对西南地区影响深远。近代民族学家、姓氏学家多认为，西南少数民族是上古三苗族的后裔。
The Yingshan Cultural School, established by the Mo clan, has a profound influence on the southwest region. Modern ethnologists and surname experts mostly believe that the southwest ethnic minorities are descendants of the ancient Sanmiao people.
也就是上古姜姓蚩尤部族的后裔，因此，西南少数民族原居中原地区，后逐渐分拨至西北、西南地区。与中原各大姓氏实是同根。家族名人，莫邪。
They are the descendants of the Qiyu tribe with the surname Jiang in ancient times. Therefore, the southwest ethnic minorities originally lived in the Central Plains region, and then gradually spread to the northwest and southwest regions. They have the same root as all major surnames in the Central Plains. Family celebrity. Mo, evil.
本为春秋人名，后来比喻锋利精美的剑。吴王命令干将铸剑，铁之不下，于是妻子莫邪问：铁之不下怎么办？干将回答说
Originally a name of a person in the spring and autumn period, it was later used as a metaphor for a sharp and exquisite sword. The king of Wu ordered his generals to forge swords, but the iron was not flowing out. So his wife Moi asked, "What should I do if the iron is not flowing out?" The generals replied.
古时候的铸剑大师欧冶铸剑，铁之不下，于是让女人担任炉神，很快就成功了。莫邪听到这，立即窜入火中，铁之流出。于是铸成2把利剑，雄的叫干将。
O Yi, the master swordsmith in ancient times, was trying to make a sword, but the iron was not enough, so he asked a woman to serve as the god of the furnace, and he soon succeeded. When Moi heard this, he immediately jumped into the fire, and the iron juice flowed out, so he forged 2 sharp swords. The stronger one was called Ganjiang.
词的叫莫邪，莫汉，东汉左将军，目的很赏识他的才能，经常让他参与讨论军事机密、国家大事。后来被封为关中侯。莫朝，南北朝时期。
The female is called Moi. Mo, Han. General Zhua of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Mu appreciated his talents very much and often asked him to participate in discussing military secrets and national affairs. Later he was granted the title of Marquis of Guangzhong. Mo, Worry. Northern and Southern Dynasties period.
河南洛阳人，15岁嫁为卢家妇。或将石城误为石头城，今江苏南京，今其地有莫愁湖。点出南朝梁萧衍河中之水歌，河中之水向东流。
A native of Luoyang, Hunan, she married into the Lu family at the age of 15. Perhaps Shicheng was mistaken for Stone City, today's Nanjing, Jiangsu Province, where there is Macho Lake today. A native of Luoyang, Hunan, she married into the Lu family at the age of 15. Perhaps Shiqing was mistaken for Stone City, today's Nanjing, Jiangsu Province, where there is Macho Lake today. It is quoted from Song of Water in the River by Shao Yan of Liang Dynasty in the Southern Dynasties. The water in the river flows eastward.
洛阳女儿名莫愁，15嫁为卢家妇，16生儿子阿侯。南朝梁武帝萧衍诗莫愁歌中人物，洛阳美女，心灵手巧，15嫁入富士卢家，16生儿阿侯。
Luoyang's daughter's name is Macho. She married into the Lu family at the age of 15 and gave birth to a son named Ahu at the age of 16. The character in the poem, The Song of Macho, written by Shao Yan, Emperor Wu of Liang Dynasty in the Southern Dynasties, is a Luoyang beauty with a clever mind. She married into the wealthy Lu family at the age of 15 and gave birth to a son named Ahu at the age of 16.
在卢家富贵终老，著名的诗人李商隐有一首诗是写他的：如何四季为天子，不及卢家有莫愁。诗人笔下的莫愁，真正是为解语画。莫寒孙，莫云帝。
Live in wealth and honor in the Lu family until old age. The famous poet Li Shangyin has a poem about her. How can the four epochs be the emperor, not as good as the Lu family with Macho? The Macho described by the poet is truly a flower of interpreters. Mo Han Sun. Mo Yundi.
到武帝时，以功赐爵东莞侯，因试验不敬获罪，处为济阳太守。后令其监造平城，因久而懈怠，赐死。莫聪，宋代的官吏，字叔方，人和人，历精明。
During the reign of Emperor Daowu, he was awarded the title of Marquis Dongwan for his merit. He was convicted of disrespecting the banquet and was deposed as the prefect of Jiang. Later he was ordered to supervise the construction of Pingsheng. If you become lazy for a long time, you will be punished with death. Mo. Song. An official in the Song dynasty, named Shufang. Benevolence and people. After Ming dynasty.
辅两州官，他的品行相当高尚，并且教子有方。他有5个儿子：元忠、若慧、四之、若拙、若冲具登科。当时人们把他们比作是燕山五宝。莫蒙，湖州人。
Official of Fu and Liangzhou. His conduct is quite noble and he teaches his children well. He had 5 sons, Yuanzhong, Ruahui, Siji, Ruazuo, and Ruachong, all of whom were admitted to the imperial examination. At that time, people compared them to the 5 treasures of Yanshan. Mo. Mon. Huzhou native.
宋代官吏、学者，在太学读书时，以闻名京师。就特科出仕，由县城类官至通化军知府。公师此有腕吏，有沃陀节、莫胜，松江府华亭，今属上海人。
Officials and scholars in the Song dynasty. When he was studying in Taishua, he was famous as a scholar in the capital. As for the special department, he became an official, from the county magistrate to the prefect of Tonghua army. The poetry is elegant and graceful. There is the collection of Huachuo. Mo. Win. A native of Huading, Songjiang Prefecture, now part of Shanghai.
明代书画家， 曾任虎贲左卫经历，工书画，善绘语。莫，藏，浙江海盐人，字永行，号素轩，明代学者、书画家。其博涉经史，能诗，工书画。有《素轩稿》。
Calligrapher and painter of Ming Dynasty. Former Huban left guard experience. Skilled in calligraphy and painting, good at painting fish. M.O. Hyde. A native of Haiyan, Zhejiang, with the courtesy name Yongxing and the nickname Suxuan, he was a scholar, calligrapher, and painter in the Ming Dynasty. He is well versed in classics and history, is good at poetry, and is good at calligraphy and painting. There are Su Xian manuscript.
五音字书卞额等。莫，卷，广西省平乐人，明代官吏，举人出身，官至南京户部员外郎，做官20余年，人称廉洁。莫，介，广西省蓉水永乐人。
Discriminating corruption of pentaphonetic characters, and so on. M.O. June. A native of Pingal, Guangxi Province, he was an official in the Ming Dynasty. He was born in Jiren and became a member of the Ministry of Household Affairs in Nanjing. He has been an official for more than 20 years and is known as an honest man. M.O. Jean. A native of Yongla, Rongshui, Guangxi Province.
1938年加入中国共产党，后来任中共荣县支部书记、荣县特支副书记、抗日挺进队政治指导员、中共桂前边区工委书记。
He joined the Communist Party of China in 1938 and later served as secretary of the Rhone County branch of the Communist Party of China, deputy secretary of the Rhone County Special Branch, political instructor of the anti-Japanese advance team, and secretary of the working committee of the Guangxi-Guizhou border region of the Communist Party of China.
桂前边区人民保卫团政委兼司令员，中国人民解放军刘北总队政委兼司令员。中华人民共和国成立以后，历任柳州专属副专员。
Political Commissar and Commander of the People's Protection Corps of the Guangxi-Guizhou border region, Political Commissar and Commander of the Lubei Corps of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he successively served as Deputy Commissioner of the Liuzhou Office.
自治区统战部副部长、自治区冶金局副局长等职务。莫修福，唐朝文人，光化2年任荣州刺史。他所写的《桂林风土记》很有文化价值。
Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department of the Autonomous Region, Deputy Director of the Metallurgical Bureau of the Autonomous Region, etc. Don't fix the talisman. Literati of the Tang Dynasty. In the second year of Guanghua, he was appointed as the governor of Rongzhou. Guilin Customs, written by him, is of great cultural value.
文采也很好，世传的佳作。莫宣清，字仲杰，号片玉，广东省封开人，广东的第一个状元。幼年时，他的生父病逝，遂与母亲随继父生活。
Literary talent is also very good. A masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. M.O. Xianqing. The courtesy name is Zhongjia and the name is Pianyu. A native of Fengkai, Guangdong Province. The first #1 pick in Guangdong. His biological father died of illness when he was young, so he and his mother lived with his stepfather.
由于继父的家境较富裕，他得以入学堂读书。相传莫7岁时已学会吟诗写对联，12岁时即参加科举考试，并中秀才， 被乡人称誉为神童。
Because his stepfather's family was relatively wealthy, he was able to attend school. It is said that Mo learned to recite poems and write couplets when he was 7 years old. At the age of 12, he took part in the imperial examination and became a scholar. He was hailed as a child prodigy by the villagers.
唐大中5年851年，17岁的莫宣清赴京城参加廷试，获中制科状元，从而成为广东历史上科举考试的第一个状元。
In the 5th year of Dazhong in the Tang dynasty, 851, 17-year-old Mo Xianqing went to the capital to take part in the imperial examination and won the first place in the imperial examination, thus becoming the first number 1 in the imperial examination in Guangdong history.
并是始隋唐以科举取士以来年龄最小的状元。莫宣清考取状元后，被任为翰林书院修撰。其后他还乡省亲，因母亲不愿随其北上定居。
He is also the youngest number 1 scholar since the beginning of the Sui and Tang dynasties. After Mo Xianqing passed the imperial examination, he was appointed as a compiler for Hanlin Academy. Later, he returned to his hometown to visit relatives, because his mother did not want to follow him to settle north.
莫遂上书朝廷，请求改委他在南方任职，以奉养母亲。唐文宗允准，改委他浙江台州别驾刺史的副职。他即奉母携眷往台州上任。
Mo then wrote to the court requesting that he be reassigned to serve in the south to support his mother. Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty agreed, and he was reassigned to Taizhou Biejia, Zhejiang province, deputy position of the governor. He followed his mother and his family to Taizhou to take office.
但未到台州，却病逝于途中。莫宣清的生平业绩不显，存世的诗作也仅3首半，但由于是广东历史上的第一个状元。
But he died of illness on the way before arriving in Taizhou. Mo Xuanqing's life achievements are not obvious, and only 3.5 of his poems have survived. However, because he was the first number 1 scholar in Guangdong history,
他的传奇式事迹及影响仍在岭南文化史上占有不容忽略的地位，为后人所尊崇。莫君臣，湖州归安，今浙江省湖州人，北宋官吏，仁宗时进士。
his legendary deeds and influence still occupy a position that cannot be ignored in the history of Lingnan culture and are respected by future generations. Mo Junchen. A native of Guian, Huzhou, now Huzhou, Zhejiang province, he was an official in the northern Song dynasty. Jinshi during the reign of Renzong.
神宗熙宁年间，新制星号科中首选为王安石所倚重，有月河所闻集。莫伯荣，湖州归安，今浙江省湖州人，少有超乎世俗之志，年50即归休。
During the Xining reign of Emperor Shenzong, the Department of Medicine was newly established, and it was the first choice and relied upon by Wang Angshi. There is collection of what you have heard. Mo Bo Dash. People from Guian, Huzhou, today's Huzhou, Zhejiang province, rarely have transcendent ambitions, so they retired at the age of 50.
请名师教诲其子，子3人皆登科，谥号三墨。长子墨继后，又中博学弘赐科，居官给事中使，因反对外戚张说被罢职，后仕至司农少卿。
Ask a famous teacher to teach his son. All 3 of them were admitted to the imperial examination, and were named San Mo at that time. The eldest son Mog later studied in Bo Shuihong Ci. When he was an official, he was dismissed for opposing his relative Zhang Shuo and later served as Xinong Shaoqing.
次子莫吉曾为国子监正，因得罪秦桧被贬华州知府。三子莫冲亦曾中博学弘词科，官任明州长史，以巡良称。莫如中，松江府华亭人，明代官吏。
The second son, Mog, once served as the governor of the Imperial Academy, but was demoted to the prefect of Huazhou for offending Qin Hui. The third son, Mo Chong, also studied in the Hongzi department of Erkshu, and was appointed governor of the Ming dynasty. He was known as Xuanliang. Mo Ruzhong. A native of Huading, Songjiang Prefecture, an official in the Ming dynasty.
学者，嘉靖年间进士，累官浙江布政使，善草书，诗文有体要，有重览馆籍。莫如族，广州府新会人，明代大臣。嘉靖年间进士，有庶吉士卓御史。
Scholar. During the Jiajing period, he became a Jinshi and served as the chief envoy of Zhejiang province. Good at cursive calligraphy and poetry. There is Chonglan Pavilion Collection. Nothing better than enough. A native of Xinhui, Guangzhou Prefecture, he was a minister of the Ming dynasty. Jinshi during the Jiajing period. He was promoted to censor by a common scholar.
曾经弹劾囚鸾，有直升，官至大理左丞，硕深渊狱。莫有之。清朝时期道光举人，独山人。少年时期就很喜欢读书，精通苍雅孤训6艺名物制度。
There was a direct voice in impeaching Qiu Wan. When he was promoted to Zhucheng in Dali, he was imprisoned several times for redressing injustices. Mo Yoji. During the Qing dynasty, Dao Guangjuran was a native of Dushan. When I was young, I loved reading and became proficient in Sangye's ancient teachings on the 6 arts and famous things system.
庞吉金石目录家言，贡于诗，他的书法也很好，在当时与遵义的正真齐名，当时号称正墨。著作有《声韵考略》《遵义府志》《过庭岁》。
Next to it are the words of epigraphists. He was good at poetry, and his calligraphy was also very good. He was as famous as Zheng Zhen of Junyi at that time, and was known as Zheng Mo at that time. His works include A Study of Sound and Rhyme, Junyi Fu Ji, Guiting Sui.
唐本说文目不谦抑。莫世龙，明代画家，字云清，华亭人。后来更字庭涵，号秋水，又号后明。10岁就能写诗作对，擅长于书画，著有《石秀斋集》。
Tang Benshuo Wen Mubu Qian Yi. It's Not a Dragon. A painter of the Ming dynasty, courtesy name Yinqing, from Huading. Later, the name was changed to Tinghan, Qiushui, and Homing. I can write poems and poems at the age of 10. He is good at calligraphy and painting, and is the author of Shishuzhai Collection.
话说等，没落，清初大臣。没落出授刑部理事官，康熙6年擢左副都御史。7年，初为山西、陕西总督，后累迁工部郎中。侍中敏。
Painting, etc. Moro. Minister in the early Qing dynasty. Mo Luo was first appointed as a director of the Ministry of Punishment. In the 6th year of Kangxi's reign, he was promoted to the left deputy capital censor. In the 7th year, he became the governor of Shaanxi and Shaanxi, and later moved to the Ministry of Industry as a doctor. Posthumous title Zhongmin.
授世职拜他喇布勒哈番兼托沙喇哈番，字长安，系莫我于湖南省善化（今长沙）人，清代书画家。工诗，不喜为诗文。于真，行草书、指头书、金头书。
When he was entrusted with the title of worldly minister, he worshipped him as Labolahaban and also as a slave to Salahaban. Zi Chang'an, attack. Don't be stupid. A native of Shanhua, now Changsha, Hunan province, he was a calligrapher and painter in the Qing dynasty. I am a professional poet, but I don't like to be a contemporary writer. Yuzhen, Xing, cursive script, finger script, tendon script.
皆不学而能，功法山水，尤善写照，所绘莫不神态毕效。莫履畴，贵州省独山人，清代官吏、学者。嘉庆4年进士，曾任盐源知县，后改遵义府学教授。
All are capable without learning. The works of art are particularly good at portraying landscapes, and all the paintings have a unique expression. Don't talk to me. A native of Dushan, Guizhou province, he was an official and scholar in the Qing dynasty. He became a jinshi in the 4th year of Jiaqing. He once served as the magistrate of Yinyuan County and later became a professor of Junyi Prefecture.
由真定先生遗集。莫世奎，清朝广西平南人，参加太平军，清咸丰6年为刑部尚书。咸丰11年升迁为开朝王宗殿前中丞武天将。
There is Mr. Zhengding's posthumous collection. Mo Shiju. A native of Pingnan, Guangxi in the Qing dynasty. He joined the Taiping army and became the minister of the Ministry of Punishment in the 6th year of Xianfeng in the Qing dynasty. In the 11th year of Xianfeng's reign, he was promoted to the loyal Wutian general in front of the Zongdian palace of the founding dynasty.
任藩镇统官，曾处理外交事务，后来封为补王。同治3年发觉李秀成的七舅宋永琪在天津阴谋叛乱，与浙江的巡抚曾国荃暗中勾结。
He was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the feudal town. He once handled foreign affairs and was later named King Bu. In the 3rd year of Tongji, it was discovered that Li Xiuqing's uncle-in-law Song Yongqi was plotting a rebellion in Tianjin and secretly colluded with Zhejiang governor Zheng Guoquan.
于是他当面指责李秀成，并带领军队将宋永琪从忠王府中抓获逮捕。天津陷落以后，他回家乡平南，逝世的时候有70岁。莫桂兰。
So he accused Li Xiuqing face-to-face and led the army to capture and arrest Song Yongqi from Prince Zhong's mansion. After the fall of Tianjin, he returned to his hometown Pingnan. He was 70 years old when he died. Mo Guilan.
1892至1982，广东高州人，自幼得家传跌打医术和墨家功夫。为黄飞鸿第4任夫人，随夫学得一身武艺，曾出任福军拳术教练和邓方。
1892 to 1982, a native of Gaozhou, Guangdong. He learned the traditional medical skills of bruises and Mo Kung Fu since he was a child. He was the 4th wife of Huang Feihong. She learned martial arts from her husband and served as the boxing coach of Fu Juan and Deng Fang.
义勇堂助教。黄飞鸿去世后，他先后创办黄飞鸿国术社和黄飞鸿健身学院， 将黄飞鸿的武艺发扬光大。地网分布：广东省肇庆市、广东省高邮市。
Teaching assistant of Yongtang. After Huang Feihong's death, she successively founded Huang Feihong Chinese Martial Arts Club and Huang Feihong Fitness Academy to carry forward Huang Feihong's martial arts. Distribution of Diwan. Zhaoqing City, Guangdong Province Gaoyao City.
这历史来源：源流一，源于姬姓，出自春秋时期周王室大夫荆侯，属于以先祖名字为氏。据有关史料记载。
Through. Historical source dash. Origin and flow dash. The surname Ji comes from Jingho, a high official in the Zhou royal family during the spring and autumn period. It is a surname based on the name of an ancestor. According to relevant historical records.
春秋时期的周王室有个卿士被封于京邑，因此史称荆侯。古京邑之所在，就是今河南省的洛阳市一带。
During the spring and autumn period, a minister of the Zhou royal family was granted the title of Jingyi, so he was called Jingho in history. The location of the ancient city is the area around Luoyang City in present-day Hunan Province.
著名东汉科学家张衡在《东京赋》描写洛阳的天文气候特征时就说：“洛阳，西先王之京邑也。其眼观九域，米地不盈，土龟侧井，不缩不盈。”
When Zhang Heng, a famous Eastern Han Dynasty scientist, described the astronomical and climatic characteristics of Luoyang in Tokyo Fu, Luoyang is the capital of the past kings. It hides the sky, and the land is empty and there is no camp, the soil is measured and the scenery is neither shrinking nor full.
总封禹之所交，然后以建王城。春秋末期一度地处魏国，不过也有学者说京邑在今河北省的代城县，这有待进一步考证。在荆侯的后裔子孙中，
After all the wind and rain, we built the royal city. At the end of the spring and autumn period, it was once located in the kingdom of Wei. However, some scholars say that Jingyi is in Desheng County, present-day Hebei Province. This needs further research. Among the descendants of Jingho,
有以先祖名字为姓氏者，称京氏，世代相传至今。源流二，源于姬姓，出自郑武公小儿子共叔段的封地京，属于避难改姓为氏。春秋时期，
some people who take their ancestor's name as their surname are called Jing's family, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Source 2. Originating from the surname Ji, it comes from the fiefdom of Gongshu Duan, the youngest son of Zheng Wugong. It was a refugee who changed his surname to a surname. Spring and autumn period.
姬叔段被封于京，今河南荥阳，简称京叔段。他的子孙中有以封邑名称为姓氏者，称京氏。姬叔段是郑武公姬华突的次子，其母武姜厌恶长子姬武生。
Ji Shuduan was granted the title of Jing, today's Xinjiang, Hunan Province, and was referred to as Jing Shu Duan. Among his descendants, those who took the name of the feudal city as their surname were called the Jing family. Ji Shuduan was the second son of Ji Huitu, Duke Wu of Zheng. His mother, Wu Jiang, hated the birth of her eldest son, Ji Huantu.
多次请求郑武公立姬叔段为太子，郑武公未同意。在京叔段的京氏后裔子孙中，有因此事件避难改以同音字京为姓氏者，世代称京氏至今。
He repeatedly requested Duke Zhengwu to appoint Ji Shuduan as the crown prince, but Duke Zhengwu refused. Among Jing Shuduan's descendants of the Jing family, some took refuge in the incident and changed their surnames to the homophonic word Jing, and they have been called the Jing family for generations to this day.
源流3，源于嬴姓，出自汉朝时期易学大师经房，属于避难改姓为氏。汉朝时期有一个著名的易学音律学者叫李经房，他崇尚易学。
Origin 3. It originated from the surname Ing, which came from Jingfang, a master of Yi Shui during the Han Dynasty. He changed his surname to a surname during his refuge. During the Han Dynasty, there was a famous scholar of Yi studies and music named Li Jingfang, who advocated Yi studies.
自称精通五行天地之律，因此推律自定为经，遂以经为姓氏，充分表明了他对易学的赤诚迷恋。在汉元帝刘氏执政时期，公元前48、前33年，
He claimed to be proficient in the laws of the 5 elements, heaven and earth, so the law was determined to be Jing, so he took Jing as his surname, which fully demonstrated his sincere fascination with Yi Shui. During the reign of Emperor Lu Shi of the Han Yuan dynasty, 48 BC to 33 BC.
经房以易干政，他把灾异与政治相联系，试图以这种方式向汉元帝刘氏推行自己的政治主张，结果得罪了当朝权臣石显。
Jingfang used Yi to intervene in politics. He connected disasters and politics and tried to promote his political ideas to Emperor Lu Shi of the Han Yuan dynasty in this way. As a result, he offended the powerful official Shi Xian.
被中书令石显罗织了一大堆罪名，投入监狱后，在狱中凄惨死去。经房的后裔子孙及族人为了避免灾祸而纷纷迁逃，遂取经的同音字经。
Shi Xianluo, who was ordered by Zhongshu, was accused of a lot of crimes and thrown into prison. He later died miserably in prison. The descendants and clan members of Jingfang fled one after another in order to avoid disasters, so they took the homonym of Jing.
作为姓氏，改京氏为京氏，世代相传至今。源流4，源于芈姓，出自东汉光武帝刘秀的族父刘涉，属于以先祖名字为氏。东汉时期，
As a surname, the Jing family was changed to the Jing family, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. Source 4. The surname Mi comes from Lu Shi, the clan father of Lu Xiu, Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and is named after his ancestor. Eastern Han Dynasty.
汉光武帝刘秀的族父、叔叔之字叫京孙，在东汉王朝建立后，被汉光武帝敕封为泗水王，封地在泗，今安徽睢溪。
Emperor Guangwu of the Han Dynasty Lu Xiu's clan father, uncle, was named Jingsun. After the establishment of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he was named King of Sishui by Emperor Guangwu of the Han Dynasty, and his fiefdom was in Si, now Suishi, Anhui.
他的后裔子孙中有以先祖之字号为姓氏者，称京孙氏。后来随着历史的演变，多省文简化为单姓京氏、孙氏，世代相传至今。源流5。
Among his descendants, those who took the surname of their ancestors as their surnames were called Jingsun. Later, with the evolution of history, many provinces simplified their surnames into single surnames of Jing and Sun, which have been passed down from generation to generation to this day. Origin 5.
源于鄂温克族， 属于汉化改姓为氏。据史籍《黑龙江志稿》氏族记载，鄂温克族布拉木氏亦称博拉木氏、比扎木氏、卜拉木氏。
Originated from the Ewenki ethnic group, the surname was changed to a surname in Chinese style. According to the historical record Heilongjiang Zamana clan, the Brahma clan of the Ewenki nationality is also known as the Bolam clan, the Bizama clan, and the Brahma clan.
世居黑龙江汉古河（今黑龙江中下游）、布特哈（今嫩江流域和大小兴安岭）、呼伦贝尔（今内蒙古呼伦贝尔）等地。后有鄂伦春族、满族引为姓氏者。
He lived in places such as Hangu River in Heilongjiang, today's middle and lower reaches of Heilongjiang, Butha, today's Nanjiang River Basin and the greater and lesser Xing'an Mountains, and Hulunber, today's Hulunber in Inner Mongolia. Later, the Orokan and Manchu people adopted this surname as their surname.
满语为布勒玛、哈勒。清朝中叶以后，鄂温克族、鄂伦春族、满族布拉木氏多冠汉姓为京氏、卜氏、蔡氏等。家族名人，敬成福，字兰谷。
The Manchu language is Bulamu, Hala. After the middle of the Qing dynasty, the Ewenki, Orokan, and Manchu Brahmo clans had multiple Han surnames such as Jing, Bu, and Kai. Family celebrity. Jing Chengfu. The word Langu.
明朝江都人，明朝文士，个性温文稿儒雅，品格高尚，孝行很好。少年时父丧，为孝敬母亲，一辈子不做官，隐居于平山之路，与世隔绝，以田园自居。
A native of Jiangdu in the Ming dynasty. The scribes of the Ming dynasty were gentle in personality, elegant in writing, noble in character, and good in filial piety. His father died when he was young, so in order to honor his mother, he refused to be an official for the rest of his life. He lives in seclusion at the foot of Pingshan Mountain, isolated from the world, and lives in the countryside.
栽培种竹，耕读教育孩子，并抚养弟弟长大成人，年70无疾而终。经文代，清朝将领，清末咸丰年间带兵打仗而载入史册。经元善，号连山。
He planted plums and bamboos, farmed, studied and educated his children, and raised his younger brother until he died without any illness at the age of 70. Scripture Dai. A general of the Qing dynasty who led troops to fight during the Xianfeng period in the late Qing dynasty and was recorded in history. Jing Yuan Shan. No. Lian Shan.
清朝17人，家中很富裕，性情善良，喜欢施舍别人。光绪8、9年的时候，直隶发生水灾，他从上海来到天津，从事救济活动，募款达几百万。
People from the Qing dynasty. His family is very wealthy, he is kind-hearted, and he likes to give to others. In the 8th or 9th year of Guangxu's reign, floods occurred in Jili. He came to Tianjin from Shanghai to engage in relief activities and raised millions.
先后获得清朝奖励10几次。盛宣怀督颁电报的时候，他加入30万两股，不久就被任命为上海电报局总办。
He has won awards from the Qing dynasty more than 10 times. When Xing Xuanhui sent a telegram to his class, he added 300,000 shares. Soon he was appointed as the general office of Shanghai Telegraph Bureau.
中日甲午战争以后，在上海首先创办了女学堂。光绪26年1月， 慈禧太后想废除光绪帝，遭到各地地方巡抚的反对。
After the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1894, a female school was first established in Shanghai. In January of the 26th year of Guangxu's reign, Empress Dowager Cixi wanted to depose Emperor Guangxu, but was opposed by local governors everywhere.
金元善以候选知府的身份，联合维新人士蔡元培、黄炎培等人，一共1231人签名上书总理衙门，要求清朝放弃这种打算。清朝廷于是暗以叛逆。
As a candidate for prefect, Jing Yuanshan joined forces with reformers Cai Yuanpei, Huang Yanpei, and others. A total of 1,231 people signed a letter to the Prime Minister's Yamen, asking the Qing dynasty to abandon this plan. The Qing court then regarded it as rebellion.
的罪名，下令将其逮捕。他逃亡澳门，请政府于是向澳门总督交涉，要求引渡。葡萄牙总督于是将他软禁于澳门大炮台。因为各方的反对而罢休。
For the crime and ordered his arrest. He fled to Macau and asked the government to negotiate with the governor of Macau to request extradition. The Portuguese governor then placed him under house arrest at the Macau fortress. It was abandoned due to opposition from all parties.
义和团失败后，他返回上海，存世的著作有居易初集、金亨仪、浙江省上虞人金元善之侄、教育家、社会活动家何金石家。
After the defeat of the Boxer Rebellion, he returned to Shanghai. His surviving works include the first collection of Jing Hengyi. A native of Shangyu, Zhejiang Province, Jing Yuanshan's nephew, educator, social activist, and epigrapher.
创办春晖中学，并长期从事教育事业，参加国民革命，为国民党左派元老，著有《京怡渊金石诗书画合集》。京城府，字兰谷，明朝江都人，明朝文士。
He founded Chunhui Middle School and has been engaged in education for a long time. He participated in the National Revolution and was a leftist veteran of the Kuomintang. He is the author of A Collection of Poems, Calligraphy, and Paintings by E. Yuan. Jing Qingfu, courtesy name Langu, a native of Jiangdu in the Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty scribe.
个性温文稿儒雅，品格高尚，孝行很好。少年时父丧，为孝敬母亲，一辈子不做官，隐居于平山之路，与世隔绝，以田园自居，栽梅种竹，耕读教育孩子。
He has a gentle personality, elegant writing, noble character, and good filial piety. His father died when he was young, so in order to honor his mother, he refused to be an official for the rest of his life. He lived in seclusion at the foot of a mountain, isolated from the world, and lived in the countryside, planting plums and bamboos, farming, reading and educating his children.
并抚养弟弟长大成人，年70无疾而终。地望分布：江省的绍兴市上虞县、金华市、安徽省的合肥市、江苏省的扬州市宝应县、江都市沟荣县。
He raised his younger brother to adulthood and died without any illness at the age of 70. Geographical distribution: Shangyu County and Jinhua City in Shaoxing City in Jiang Province, Hefei City in Anhui Province, Baoying County, Jiangdu City, and Zhejiang County in Yangzhou City in Jiangsu Province.
徐州市、溧水县、镇江市宝念镇、广西壮族自治区的桂林市全州县、永福县、柳州的鹿寨县、 来宾市兴滨区、上海市、北京市、吉林省的四平市。
Suzhou City, Lishui County, Baodi Town of Zhenjiang City, Chuanzhou County, and Yongfu County of Guilin City in Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region, Luzhai County of Liuzhou, Xingbin District of Libin City, Shanghai City, Beijing City, and Siping City of Jilin Province.
四川省的成都市、吉林省的吉林市、河北省的辛集、河南省的开封市等地。好，历史来源：房元初，一出自姬姓，以名为氏。据《广韵》所载。
Chengdu City in Sichuan Province, Jilin City in Jilin Province, Xinji in Hebei Province, Kaifeng City in Hunan Province and other places. House. Historical source dash. The source of Fong is 1. Comes from the surname Ji. Named as surname. According to Guangyun.
春秋时，吴国有公子名柯卢，其后遂有柯氏。二，古代北方少数民族羌族和鲜卑族皆有柯氏。据《魏书·官氏志》所载。
In the spring and autumn period, there was a son named Kulu in the state of Wu, and later there was the Ku family. 2. In ancient times, both the Chong and Xinbei ethnic minorities in the north had the Ku family. According to Book of Wei Guanshi Ji.
南北朝时，北魏有复姓柯拔氏，进入中原后改为汉姓柯氏。家族名人：柯鄂，宋代南安人，进士出身，官员外郎。太平兴国年间，公元976。
During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern Wei dynasty had the compound surname Kuba. After entering the Central Plains, it was changed to the Han surname Ku. Family celebrity. Kekalix. A native of Nannan in the Song dynasty. He was a jinshi and an official. During the Taiping and Xinhua period, 976.
983年，寓意僧人同往万岁山，僧人指一古松，觉得一旦传，乃保公记述帝王之位的文章，缠绵悠长。柯冲，唐朝人，光化年间，公元898。
In the year 983, he met a monk and went to Long Live Mountain with him. The monk pointed to an ancient pine tree and dug up a stone seal. It was Baogong's long and lingering article describing the throne of the emperor. Kuchong. People from Tang Dynasty. Guanghua period, AD 898.
900年，进士同榜有曹嵩等5人，皆年高70余，时号五老榜。柯英烈，宋代人，有孝行。公吏部欲强迫其做官，其母曰：“我家世代靠学问而发迹。”
900, Chao Song and other 5 people were on the same list, all of whom were more than 70 years old, and they were called 5 Lao Bang at that time. Kuing Lai. People in the Song dynasty practiced filial piety. When Gong's officials wanted to force him to become an official, his mother said, "My family has relied on learning to make a fortune for generations."
为何旁求另有所为呢？遂回绝。地望分布：河南省兰考县，浙江省杭州市，山东省临淄。秋，历史来源：求元初，一役以官职为事。周朝有求官。
Why do you ask for something else? So he refused. Distribution of Diwan. Lankou County, Hunan Province, Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province, Linzi, Shandong Province. Qiu. Historical source. Qiu, source. 1. Taking an official position as a surname. There was Qiu Guan in the Zhou dynasty.
负责制造皮革和冬天衣服，裘官的后代称裘氏。家族名人，裘日修，清代人，多次看视山东、河南、安徽河道，还监督修郡永定河、北运河。
Responsible for manufacturing leather and winter clothes, the descendants of Qiu Guan are called Qiu family. Family celebrity. Qiu Rixiu. People from the Qing dynasty. Conducted many surveys of rivers in Shandong, Hunan, and Anhui, and also supervised the dredging of the Yongding River and the North Canal.
官至刑部尚书。6. 历史来源。经原处。1. 出自嬴姓，以谥号为氏。据元和姓纂及通志氏族略以氏为氏所载，春秋时期。
Official to the Ministry of Punishments. Miao. Historical source dash. The origin of is. 1. Comes from the surname Ing. Take his posthumous name as his surname. According to the compilation of Yunhe surnames and Tongji clan profile posthumous names during the spring and autumn period.
秦穆公称霸西戎，谥号为妙，同母，读音为妙。家族名人，妙瑜，宋代江西人，官进贤令，擅长写诗，着崆峒集。妙公，明代天台县人，弘治初年。
Duke Mu of Qin dominated Shirong, and his posthumous title was Miao, the same as mother. Pronounced as Miao. Family celebrity. Miao Yu. A native of Jiangxi in the Song dynasty. He was an official in Xianling and was good at writing poems. He wrote Kongtong Collection. Miao Gong. A native of Tiantai County in the Ming dynasty. In the early years of Hongji.
公元1488年，孝宗下诏书求利民直言，公上书陈六世、保神器、崇正学、少觉署、怀旧勋、及冗元，皆人所不敢言者。妙元德，宋代人，知府州。
AD 1488, Xiaozong issued an edict asking officials and the people to speak out. He respectfully wrote 6 things: protecting sacred artifacts, advocating Jingxue, Shaoju, nostalgic honors, and dismissing redundant personnel, all of which no one dared to speak out. Miao Yuenda. People from the Song dynasty. No Fuzhou.
宽厚爱民，见米仓岁米，活饥民，掩遗骸，皆出己俸。地望分布：山东省枣庄及藤县东南。干，历史来源：干元初。1. 出自子姓。
He was generous and loving to the people, built rice granaries to save rice, kept the hungry people alive, and covered their remains, all out of his own salary. Geographical distribution. Southeast of Zhazhuang and Ting County, Shandong Province. Dry. Historical source dash. Qian origin. 1. From the surname Z.
春秋时，宋国大夫甘抽之后，以王父字为氏。2. 以地为氏。战国时有甘遂之意，今江苏省吴县境内居其地者以干为氏。3.
In the spring and autumn period, after the official Qianji of the Song dynasty, he took the name Wangfu as his surname. 2. Taking the land as the surname. During the Warring States period, there was the town of Qiantuan, now in Wuxin County, Jiangsu Province, and those who lived there took Qian as their surname. 3.
据《魏书·官氏志》记载，南北朝时，北魏鲜卑族姓氏由甘氏改为汉姓甘氏。家族名人，甘宝，晋代人，少时勤奋好学，博览群书。
According to the Book of Wei Guanshi, the surname of the Xinbei people in the Northern Wei dynasty was changed from Qianshi to the Han surname Qianshi during the Southern and Northern dynasties. Family celebrity. Qian Bao. People from Jin dynasty. When I was young, I was studious and well-read.
所传《搜神记》为魏晋志怪小说的代表作。甘吉，三国时代人，相传从一仙翁那儿学得道家经典，能治疗百病，祈神求雨。甘贵，明代顺天人。
The Soshenji he wrote is a representative work of strange novels in the Wei and Jin dynasties. Ganji. People from the Three Kingdoms era. According to legend, the Taoist classics learned from an immortal can cure all diseases and pray to gods for rain. Gongui. Shuntian people in the Ming dynasty.
正德年间中进士，官至都御史，政治严明，所官之处，豪强不敢妄为，威风收敛。地望分布，河南省郑州及许昌一带。解，历史来源，解元初。一
During the Zhengde period, he was a jinshi, an official, and a censor. He was strict in politics. Wherever he served, the powerful did not dare to act rashly, and their authority was restrained. Geographical distribution. Zhengzhou and Xuchang areas in Hunan Province. Untai. Historical source dash. The origin of solution is 1.
出自姬姓，以一名为世爵万姓同谱所载。周成王帝书于之子梁韩采于谢邑，在金山西省谢县，后人以邑为谢氏。元。2.
Comes from the surname Ji. Named after the town. Digging out the records in the genealogy of 10,000 surnames. Liang, the son of King Zhou Cheng's younger brother Shu Yu. Han was mined in Jie, now Jie County, Shaanxi Province, and later generations named Yi as the Jie family. Round. 2.
以地名为氏，姓氏急救篇注曰：解地名，在河东，因地为姓，故晋国多谢氏，又解为春秋十州王畿内地，有2处。
Named after the place. Surname Jejupient note says, explanation. Place name, in Hedong. Because of the place, it is the surname. Therefore, there are many Jie surnames in the Jin dynasty. Again, Jie refers to the inland area of the Zhou dynasty in the spring and autumn period. There are 2 places.
大姐在今河南省洛阳市南，小姐在今洛阳市西。春秋时居于大姐，小姐者以解为氏。3. 古代有复姓谢皮氏，亦作解皮。
The large solution is located in the south of today's Luoyang City, Hunan Province, and the small solution is located in the west of today's Luoyang City. In the spring and autumn period, those who lived in the big solution and the small solution. Take solution as your surname. 3. In ancient times, there was the compound surname Jibi, also used as commentary.
传说为炎帝时参卢之后，后简化为谢氏。 家族名人。谢婉，唐代元成人。景隆年间，公元707至710年，官御史大夫，兼腊朔方行军大总管。
It is said that he was the queen of Shinlu during the reign of Emperor Yan. Later simplified to Jishur. Family celebrity. Xia Wan. A native of Yuanqing in the Tang dynasty. During the Jinglong period, AD 707 to 710, he was an official censor and the general manager of La Shuafang's march.
守边20余年，务农习战，为长野久安之计。介萧，晋代昭帝人，是卫立琅琊太守，凉州刺史，考绩为天下第一，封凉邹侯。谢介，
Guarding the border for more than 20 years. Farming and practicing warfare are a plan for long-term peace and stability. Explanation and repair. A native of the Jin dynasty. He served as the prefect of Langyi during the Wei dynasty and the governor of Liangzhou. His performance was ranked first in the world. Conferred the title of Marquis of Liangzhou. Xia Jin.
公元1369至1415年，字大申，明代吉水人，官至翰林学士兼右春芳大学士，执文渊阁，曾总裁永乐大典。谢书谦，南齐人，弑母至孝。
AD 1369 to 1415, courtesy name Dashan, was born in Jishui in the Ming dynasty. He became a Bachelor of Hanlin Academy and a Bachelor of Yuchunfang University. He went to Wenyuan Pavilion and was the president of Yongla Dadayan. Xia Shuqian. People from southern Qi. Be extremely filial to your mother.
访耀育母，解钱，宋代人，绍兴，公元1131至1162年，初年任京南镇抚使，牧人耕田、屯田或大利。临终曰：“平生是与贼战死，此心忠义。”
Visit the medicine to heal the mother. Uncover potential. People from the Song dynasty. In the early years of Shaoxing, AD 1131 to 1162, he served as the governor of Jingnan town. He recruited people to farm the fields and made great profits from the farming. Before he died, he said, "I swear to fight to the death with thieves all my life. This is my loyalty."
唯有天知。地望分布，山西临汾县西南。因，历史来源，应元初，出自姬姓，以国名为世句，广运所载。公元前11世纪武王克商后。
Only God knows. Distribution of Diwang. Southwest of Linfen County, Shaanxi. Ing. Historical source. The origin of Ing is comes from the surname Ji, named after the country. According to the Guangyun, after King Wu defeated Shang in the 11th century BC.
封其第四子于英，在今河南省鲁山县境内，其子孙以国名为氏。家族名人，英少，汉末汝南郡南顿人，字仲远，官泰山太守，博学多识。
His fourth son was granted the title of Yueying, in present-day Lushan County, Henan Province, and his descendants took the country's surname. Family celebrity. Ying Shao. A native of Nandun, Runan County in the late Han Dynasty. The courtesy name is Zhongyuan, and he is the prefect of Mount Tai. Erudite and knowledgeable.
着汉官仪、风俗通义等11种。应仪节，唐代人， 游天台山，七真道元院，相传师姐成仙。七真，保其根本，养其元神。应阳，汉末汝南郡人。
He is the author of 11 books including Han Guan Yi and Customs and Customs. Yingyi Festival. People from Tang Dynasty. Traveling to Tiantai Mountain, I lived in Zhendaoyuan Temple. According to legend, the dead body was transformed into an immortal. Live in truth, preserve its roots, and nourish its spirit. Yin Yang. A native of Runan County in the late Han Dynasty.
公元复217年，字德敛，曹操征为丞相院属，后为武官将文学，与孔融、陈琳等齐名，称建安七子。英顺臣，宋代婺州人，字仁伯，少着落不羁，级长。
A.D. -217, named Delian. Cao Cao recruited him as a vassal of the prime minister, and later became a military attaché general. He was as famous as Kong Rong, Chen Lin, etc., and was called the Seven Sons of Jianan. Ying Shunchen. A native of Wuzhou in the Song dynasty. The courtesy name is Renbua, Shaozhua is unruly, and Ji is long.
笃志向学，庆历年间，公元1041至1048年进士，官至洪州知府。地望分布：河南省中部偏南，安徽省淮河以北，河南省许昌市。顺。
He was dedicated to learning and became a jinshi during the Qingli period, 1041 to 1048 AD. He was promoted to the magistrate of Hangzhou. Geographical distribution. South of central Hunan Province, north of Huaihe River in Anhui Province, Xuchang City, Hunan Province. Zone.
历史来源：宗元初，以官为氏。据《元和姓纂》所载，周代有宗伯之官职，掌邦国祭祀典礼之事，亦称太宗、上宗。其后有宗伯氏、宗室。2.
Historical source. The origin of zong is 1. Taking the official as the surname. According to the compilation of Yuanhe surnames, in the Zhou dynasty, there was the official position of Zongbua, who was in charge of the state's sacrificial ceremonies. He was also called Taizong and Shangzong, and later there were Zongbua and Zong. 2.
出自子姓。据《通志士族略》所载，春秋时，宋襄公母弟敖在鲁国做官，其孙宗伯被杀，宗伯之子周离逃奔楚国，其少子迁家于南阳，遂以亡父、祖父。
Comes from the surname Z. According to Tongji clan brief, during the spring and autumn period, the younger brother of Duke Xianggong of the Song dynasty, served as an official in the state of Lu, and his grandson Zongbo was killed. Zongbo's son Zhuli fled to the Chu state, and his youngest son moved to Nanyang, so he became the king. Father, grandfather.
之子宗为氏，家族名人。宗阙，南宋南阳郡聂阳人，字福干，公元复465年。少时，叔父宗炳问其志愿，答曰：“愿乘长风破万里浪。”
His son Zong is his surname. Family celebrity. Zongqi. A native of Nieyang, Nanyang County in the southern Song dynasty, his character was Qian, AD 465. When he was young, his uncle Zongbing asked him about his aspirations, and he replied, "I would ride the long wind and break thousands of miles of waves."
历封镇武将军、左卫将军，管制豫州刺史，封陶阳侯。宗泽，宋代义乌人，字汝霖，公元1059至1128年，至磁州，募集义勇，抗击金兵。
Li was granted the title of General Zhenwu and General Zhuwei. He was appointed governor of Yuzhou and granted the title of Marquis of Taoyang. Zongzi, a native of Yiwu in the Song dynasty. His courtesy name was Rulin, 1059 to 1128 AD. He knew Tizhou and recruited volunteers. Fight against the Golden Soldiers.
后入元京师，任东京太守，团结两河，太行一兵，以岳飞为将，屡败金兵，声威甚者，有宗爷或宗父之称。吕尚书收复失地，不纳，忧愤而死。纵连。
Later, he joined the capital to aid the capital, endured the prefecture of Tokyo, united the Lianghe and Taihang righteous soldiers, and took Yufei as his general. He repeatedly defeated the Jin soldiers and gained great prestige. He was known as the Zongye or Zongfu. He repeatedly submitted letters to regain the lost territory, but he was not accepted and died of worry and anger. Zonglian.
隋代长安人，侍州官3元令，家产千金，有小女慧而有色，欲求贤婿。时赵元书有才，不拘小节。宗廉以女妻之，给奴婢20，马10余匹及布匹金银珠丸。
A native of Chang'an in the Sui dynasty. Miyuan Ling, an official of the Zhou dynasty, had a family fortune of thousands of gold and a smart but lustful daughter who wanted a good son-in-law. At that time, Zhao Yuanshu was talented and did not stick to trivial matters. Zonglian gave her his daughter as his wife, 20 slaves, more than 10 horses, cloth, gold, silver, and beads to play with.
元书后因功封葛公。宗室。晋代戒修令假浑之妻，有姿色。浑为刘聪将乔西所杀，西域那宗室，宗室骂曰：“屠贩奴，何不促杀我？”因仰天大哭。
Empress Yuan Shu granted the title of Duke Gu due to her meritorious service. Zong family. In the Jin dynasty, Jie Xiu ordered Jia Hun's wife to be beautiful. Xiao Shi was killed by Lu Tsong in Hun. She wanted to accept the Zong clan, but the Zong clan scolded him and said, "Why don't you kill me because you are slaughtering slaves?" He looked up to the sky and cried loudly.
岁遇亥，年20余，地望分布：陕西省西安市治化县一带，山西省黄河以东下县一带。丁，历史来源：丁元初，出自姜姓，以谥号为氏。
He was killed when he was more than 20 years old. Geographical distribution. The area from Xi'an City to Hua County in Shaanxi Province, and the area in Xia County east of the Yellow River in Shaanxi Province. Man. Historical source. Ding origin. 1. From the surname Jiang. Take his posthumous name as his surname.
据通志氏族略曰，公元前11世纪，西周分封诸侯，姜太公望受封于齐。其子季死后谥号为丁公，其后遂以丁为氏。2.
According to Tongji Clan Brief, in the 11th century BC, the Western Zhou dynasty divided the princes, and Jiang Taigong hoped to be granted the title of Qi. His son Ji was posthumously named Ding Gong after his death. Later, he took Ding as his surname. 2.
据《三国志·孙匡传》注云：三国吴时，孙权因其孙匡烧损茅芒，以伐军用，别其族为丁氏。3. 出自西域回族姓。伊斯兰教穆斯林本无姓氏。
According to Three Kingdoms, Sun Quan's biography, it says, during the Wu dynasty of the Three Kingdoms, Sun Quan burned the grass awns because of his grandson Quang, so that he had no military use. Their clan is called the Ding clan. 3. The surname comes from the Hui people in the western regions. Muslims in Islam do not have surnames.
元朝末年，有人名丁鹤年，其曾祖名阿考丁，祖父名苦斯丁，父名直马路丁，从兄名吉雅摩丁。其后汉化，遂以丁为氏。家族名人，丁密。
At the end of the Yuan dynasty, there was a man named Ding Henian. His great-grandfather was named Akayading, his grandfather was named Kuzading, his father was named Maluding, and his elder brother was named Jayamudin. Later, it was Chinesized and Ding was adopted as its surname. Family celebrity. Ding Mi.
东汉岑溪人，字敬公，以孝顺而知名。父母亡故，在坟边住屋守3年。相传有双福，野鸭飞抵屋旁小池，见人而驯服，时人以为是其孝行所感应。
A native of Tsinshi in the Eastern Han Dynasty, named Jing Gong, was famous for his filial piety. After his parents died, he built a house next to the grave and stayed there for 3 years. According to legend, a pair of ducks, wild ducks, flew to the small pond next to the house and tamed people when they saw them. People at the time thought it was an act of filial piety. Induced.
丁灵威，西汉辽东人，传说曾学道于灵虚山，后化作仙鹤归辽东，停在城门华表柱上，有少年欲射之，仙鹤徘徊于空中，曰：“有鸟有鸟，丁令威。”
Ding Lingwei. A native of Liaodong in the Western Han Dynasty, it is said that he once learned Taoism in Lingshu Mountain, and later returned to Liaodong in the form of a crane. It stopped on the flower column at the city gate. A young man wanted to shoot it. The crane hovered in the sky and said, "There are birds, and there are birds."
去家千岁今来归，城郭如故人民飞，何不学仙种累累？遂冲天直上而去。丁父，汉初人，随高祖刘邦举兵于薛，后助高祖平定三秦。
I've been home for 1,000 years and now I'm back. The city is still the same and the people are different. Why not imitate the immortal tombs? Then he soared straight up into the sky. Ding Fu. A native of the early Han Dynasty, he followed the great ancestor Liu Bang to raise troops in Shui, and later assisted the great ancestor to pacify the 3 Qin dynasties.
破项羽，江龙且于彭城，官大司马，封阳都侯。丁允元，南宋常州人，字叔中，淳熙，公元1174至1189年，兼任少卿，后因中谏贬官潮州太守。
After defeating Xiang Yu, he led the dragon to Pengcheng, made him a Sima official, and was granted the title of Marquis of Yangdu. Ding Yunyuan. A native of Changzhou in the southern Song dynasty, named Shuzhong, he served as Shaoqing during the Chuanxi period, 1174 to 1189 AD, and was later demoted as Chaozhou governor due to his loyalty and admonishment.
波田租兴学养士，筑桥利民，百姓名唤词4志。定览，东汉河内郡人，少年母氏，用木头雕母像， 每日服侍如活人。邻居张叔酒醉骂木响。
Land was allocated for rent, schools were built to support scholars, bridges were built to benefit the people, and the people worshipped them in named eunuch temples. Ding Lan. A native of Hanoi County in the Eastern Han Dynasty, his mother died when he was young. He carved a statue of her out of wood and served her as if she were a living person every day. My neighbor, Uncle Zhang, got drunk and scolded the wooden statue.
用手杖击象头。丁兰怒而打张叔，被捕。传说告别木像时，像为他落泪。地望分布：河南省兰考县一带，山东省定陶县一带。是。历史来源：薛元初。
Hit the head with your cane. Ding Lan was angry and beat Uncle Zhang and was arrested. Legend has it that when bidding farewell to the wooden statue, the statue shed tears for him. Geographical distribution. The area around Lancao County in Hunan Province and the area around Dingtao County in Shandong Province. Announce. Historical source dash. Xian origin.
一，出自姬姓，以谥号为氏。据风俗通义来，周厉王之子敬继位后为王46年，死后谥号为宣，称为周宣王。
1. It comes from the surname Ji and uses the posthumous title as the surname. According to Customs of Customs, Jing, the son of King Li of Zhou, was king for 46 years after succeeding to the throne. After his death, his posthumous title was Xian, and he was called King Xian of Zhou.
其支氏子孙有以宣为氏者。2. 出自子姓，以谥号为氏。春秋时，宋国君主明历在位16年，死后谥号为宣，其后亦有宣氏。3.
Some of his descendants take Xian as their surname. 2. Comes from the surname Zi. Take his posthumous name as his surname. In the spring and autumn period, the monarch of the Song dynasty was famous and powerful. He reigned for 16 years. His posthumous title was Xian after his death. There were also Xian clans after him. 3.
据通志氏族略以氏为氏所载，为春秋时鲁国大夫叔孙侨如之后。侨如是宣伯，其之孙以氏为氏。家族名人：宣炳，东汉云阳人。
According to Tongji, clan briefing, posthumous clan, he was the descendant of his uncle Sun Xiaoru, a senior official in the state of Lu during the spring and autumn period. For example, the overseas Chinese were given the posthumous title Xian Bo, and their descendants took the posthumous title as their surname. Family celebrity: Xian Bing. A native of Yunyang in the Eastern Han Dynasty.
字巨公，少修高洁。王莽篡位，争之不治。光武帝公元25至57年在位，时历官御史中丞、大司徒。姓简曰，帝叹曰：“楚国二公，公社、公胜。”
The courtesy name is Zhu Gong. Less practice and higher moral standards. Wang Mang usurped the throne, but the conquest failed. During the reign of Emperor Guangwu, reigned from 25 to 57 AD, he had the imperial censor Zhongcheng and De Situ. Being frugal by nature, the emperor sighed and said, "There are two Gongs in Chu state, Gong Shi and Gong Sheng." The courtesy name is Zhu Gong. Less practice and higher moral standards. Wang Mang usurped the throne, but the conquest failed. During the reign of Emperor Guangwu, reigned from 25 to 57 AD, he had the imperial censor Zhongcheng and De Situ. Being frugal by nature, the emperor sighed and said, "There are two gongs in Chu state, Gong Shi and Gong Sheng.
不如云阳宣句公，宣明，宋代长汀人，字南仲，浩然有归志，朱屋隐居于城南五里岩洞，郡守谢畴题曰宣言。宣曾，宋代庆元府人。
Not as good as Xian Zhegong of Yunyang. Xian Ming. A native of Chongqing in the Song dynasty. His courtesy name is Nanzhong. Haran wanted to return home, so he built a house and lived in seclusion in a cave in Wuli, Qingnan. The county governor Xia Chou named it Xianyan. Xianzhen. A native of Qingyuan Prefecture in the Song dynasty.
嘉定年间，公元1208至1224年，拜参知政事，官至关文殿大学士，以才知名，足视中敬。地望分布：陕西省咸阳、户县一带，河南省濮阳县。
During the Jiating period, 1208 to 1224 AD, he paid homage to the magistrate of political affairs and became a bachelor of Guanwen Palace. He was famous for his talents and died with the posthumous title of Zhongjing. Geographical distribution: Xianyang and Huxian areas in Shaanxi Province, Puyang County, and Hunan Province.
华县一带。奔，历史来源：奔元初。奔氏有两支，一支音奔，另一支音肥。据《元和姓纂》所载，奔是为春秋时鲁国县奔府之后，以祖字为氏。
Huaxian area. Historical source dash. Originates from. Ben has two branches, one is pronounced Ben, and the other is pronounced Fei. According to the compilation of Yuanha surnames, the Ben surname was after Ben's father in Lugua County in the spring and autumn period, and took the surname of his ancestor.
一说春秋时晋国大夫苗奔府之后，此一支起源与奔、肥是不同。家族名人，奔胜，汉代淮南人，秉性醇厚谦和，汉景帝。
One says that he was after Miao Benfu, a senior official of the Jin dynasty in the spring and autumn period. The origin of this branch is different from that of the Ben, Fei family. Family celebrity.